later there was a rustle, and a gentle breeze caressed Sonny's face. He awoke slowly, allowing himself to enjoy the sweet moments of comfort and peace that dwelled on the edge between dream and wakefulness. His bed was soft, warm, and cozy today. It was especially hard to abandon its familiar embrace. After a while, he sighed and opened his eyes. The sun was yet to rise, but the sky outside his window had already started to brighten. The wind blowing from the lake made the curtains flutter, filling the modest bedroom with the delightful smell of freshness. Even after all these years, Sonny was still sometimes startled at how clean and pure the air of the dream realm was. He took a few deep breaths, rubbed his face, and rose from the bed. His room was not very large and not very luxurious. However, it was very cozy. There was a bed, a nightstand, a case with various books crowding the shelves, a writing desk, and a simple dresser. The furniture was made out of natural wood, crafted with affection and care. There were a few decorations added here and there, as well as plenty of signs of the room being well lived in. Well, of course it was. He had been spending his nights here for a long time, after all. Putting on simple clothes and summoning the nebulous mantle, Sonny yawned, tied his hair back, and left the bedroom. He splashed some water in his face, then went to the kitchen and brewed himself a large cup of strong, fragrant coffee. Finally, holding the steaming mug, he left the house and sat down on the porch, intending to enjoy his coffee while watching the sun rise. It was rather hard to get his hands on coffee beans in the dream realm, but today Sonny wanted to pamper himself. It was his birthday, after all. He was turning 26. Of course, no one in the world knew that. Taking the first sip of his coffee, Sonny smiled slightly and looked up. A few of the brightest stars could still be seen, shining in the pale lavender expanse of the morning sky. Just at that moment, the gentle sun finally crested the dark line of the distant horizon, imbuing the sky with a beautiful golden radiance. The soft twilight of dawn was imbued with a hint of bright daylight. He watched the sun rise while enjoying his coffee. Despite the beautiful sight, Sonny felt a bit of melancholy. He looked down with a wistful smile. "I am older than Mom was when she passed now." It was a strange feeling. When Sonny was a child, his mother was the definition of an adult to him, and adults were magical creatures who possessed wondrous and incredible powers. But now he was an adult himself, which was why he was able to realize that his mother had been a kid herself. She was gone, but both her children were alive and doing well. There was precious solace and consolation in that fact, so Sonny did not feel too sad. Well, alive was a given, but he wasn't too sure about doing well. During these last 4 years, he had gone through a long, rough patch and had even done a few very stupid things. Still, it was looking better now. This peaceful morning he was able to enjoy was proof. Sipping on coffee, Sonny watched as sunlight finally reached the lake and reflected on its clear surface. The lake was vast and picturesque, so calm that its surface was like a mirror. A grandiose, magnificent white castle rose from the lake, with vermilion flags fluttering on its many towers. It almost seemed too beautiful to be real, like something from a fairy tale. But of course, it was truly there. The beautiful castle of white stone was Bastion, the great citadel of Clan Valor, where the King of Swords held his court. It was also the heart of a populous city that had grown around the lake in the last 4 years. After the sovereigns had revealed themselves, most of the remaining civilian population of the southern quadrant, around 200 million people, was evacuated directly to the Dream Realm, divided between Bastion and Ravenheart, and gradually funneled into lesser citadels. Later, the Dream Gates were opened in the other quadrants, and even more mundane people received a chance to relocate into the Dream Realm. Even if few understood the true meaning of these events, the gradual exodus of humanity from the waking world had already begun. For now, most of those who left were from the fringes of society, people who did not possess citizenship, and therefore did not receive their share of the scarce resources needed to live a proper life on the dying earth. But Sunny knew more than most. He had no doubt that, sooner or later, everyone would leave, if they were given enough time. As the years passed, the situation in the waking world would gradually turn worse and worse. There would be more nightmare gates, more powerful nightmare creatures, and less space for humans to exist, until the entire world was swallowed by the dream realm. Granted, humanity was growing stronger too. The chain of nightmares had been like a turning point in history. Before, the number of awakened in the world was relatively limited. There were 100,000 awakened or so, a few hundred masters, and a few dozen saints. After Antarctica, these numbers changed. By now, there must have been no less than 1 million awakened out there, with several thousands of masters and more than 100 saints guiding them all to fight against the nightmare creatures. The balance of power that had been maintained for decades was finally broken, and humanity set out on the path of no return. There were hundreds of millions of mundane humans residing in the dream realm, too. Many lived in the sprawling cities surrounding the 3 great citadels, but most had settled across the lesser citadels scattered around the human-controlled regions of this dangerous world. Dozens of towns had popped up here and there, all developing swiftly. Of course, life in the dream realm was not easy, and people had to go through a period of adjustment before becoming accustomed to this new, harsh reality. But since most of them were either refugees or from the outskirts of the overcrowded siege capitals, they were no strangers to discomfort. Instead, the lives of many had only improved after leaving the waking world behind. They could not return anyway. Or rather, they could not return without risking their lives. The moment a mundane human entered the dream realm, a seed of nightmare was planted into their soul. However, that seed would not bloom, summoning them into the first nightmare, unless one of 2 conditions had been met. One of the conditions was stepping back into the waking world. The other was leaving the territory of the domain to which they had pledged their loyalty. As long as the sovereigns willed it, their mundane subjects were protected from the ravages of the nightmare spell. This was another reason why the number of awakened had increased so much in the last 4 years. Those who wished to challenge the first nightmare could simply request it from the great clans instead of waiting to be infected by the spell. Many of them even survived. Sunny took another sip of coffee and turned his head, looking at the lively city that had grown around the beautiful, calm lake. Of course, it could not be compared to a vast human hive like NQSC. However, there was still a startling amount of people here, at least 12 million of them or so. Another 1 million or 2 lived in the castle itself. Building a city like that in a short amount of time was a great undertaking, but with thousands of awakened participating in the construction, all possessing inhuman strength and powerful aspects, it happened surprisingly quickly. Now, the city looked neat and tidy, with 2 or 3-storied houses lined along lovely streets. The houses were built from white stone, their roofs covered by colorful red tiles. There was plenty of trees and greenery as well, with parks, gardens, and water features placed harmoniously here and there. Modern technology might have been hard to use in the dream realm, but nothing prevented the city planners and architects from using the vast accumulated knowledge of humanity and all the processing power of the waking world to do all the preparatory work in advance. In short, Bastion looked very pretty and picturesque. It was also usually quite lively. This early in the morning, however, most people were still asleep, which was why Sunny was able to enjoy his coffee surrounded by peaceful silence. Oh, he owned a house in Bastion as well. More than that, it was a house many would be jealous of. Although not as prestigious as being able to live in the castle itself, his property was on the very shore of the lake, with its back windows opening straight to the water. It was an elegant one-story cottage, which was seemingly built from brown bricks, with a sloping tiled roof and a tall chimney. There was a small garden in the back and a neat lawn in front of it, with herbs and flowers growing in ceramic pots. Since it was situated at the end of the street, few people ever passed by. If they did pass by, however, they would have seen a modest sign hanging above the door of the cottage. It read, Sonny's Brilliant Emporium, Cafe and Memory Boutique, Chapter 1592, Humble Shopkeeper. As the city was slowly waking up, Sonny finished his coffee and leaned back, enjoying his last moments of peace. He did not have a lot of regular customers, but there were some. They were probably going to start arriving soon, which meant that he would be busy for the next few hours. Before that, however, he glanced at his shadow, his gaze becoming distant for a moment. Then a familiar voice whispered into his ear, "You have slain a great demon. Your shadow grows stronger." It was his own voice. Sonny brushed his fingers across the black bracelet on his left wrist and slowly exhaled. The bracelet was a memory he had created a while back. It was a crude knockoff of the spell, replacing some of its simplest functions. Announcing his kills was one of them. He shifted slightly. That went better than expected. He had just killed a great demon. Well, technically, it was his other self that had done it. His avatars were not beholden to the maximum range of shadow control, so there was a vast distance between them. Currently, Sonny was simultaneously in 3 separate locations. His original body was here in Bastion, enjoying a peaceful life in the company of the gloomy shadow. He had kept that guy so that people had no reason to ask why he was walking around without a shadow at all. His second self was incarnated by the happy shadow, keeping an eye on Rain. His last avatar was far away, in one of the most dangerous regions of the dream realm, incarnated by the haughty shadow. Haughty, naughty, creepy, and crazy were together. Saint, fiend, serpent, and nightmare were with them as well. Unlike the first two, the third Sonny knew no peace. He wielded the most power of the 3 and spent his days in eternal darkness, often clashing with dreadful abominations. Of course, the 3 of them were actually one person. So Sonny had been enjoying a peaceful morning in Bastion, accompanying Rain, and battling the great demon at the same time, all along. But he had grown good at compartmentalizing over the years, allowing him to at least pretend to live 3 separate lives. So that thing is finally dead, huh? It had taken him almost a month of meticulous preparations to finally attack the abomination in its lair. Sonny had expected to sustain heavy injuries, but the battle ended well. With the demon's death, there was no one left to challenge him in the immediate vicinity of the temple. Sonny lingered for a moment, then summoned the runes. A field of familiar symbols appeared in front of him. The runes themselves might have been the same, but they looked a bit differently. He had designed this whole thing himself, after all, tying the enchantment to his memory, perception, and the black bracelet. So Sonny had taken liberties to change the look and feel of the field of runes to his taste. The runes read, Name, Sunless, True Name, Rank, Trancendent, Class, Terror, Shadow Cores, 6/7, Shadow Fragments, 1591/6000. His true name had been lost in the tomb of Ariel, and he could not earn another while banished from fate. As for his shadow fragments, seeing the measly number, which had been very slow to increase in the past 4 years, made Sonny a bit disheartened. But there was nothing he could do about it. He had slaughtered countless nightmare creatures after becoming a saint. Their blood would have been enough to fill the lake surrounding Bastion. The problem was, his soul only grew stronger when he killed corrupted and great abominations, which were not that easy to find, and harder still to survive. So, he had only managed to slay a mere 1,000 of those or so. Of course, if anyone heard Sonny being disappointed about only killing 1,000 corrupted and great nightmare creatures, they would have slapped him across the face. But for him, It was a sign that he would not be able to become a Titan anytime soon, unless he found some shadow creatures to hunt, at least. Sadly, Sunny had not discovered any in all these years. It seemed that shadow creatures had gone entirely extinct during or soon after the Doom War. Come to think of it, discounting Fiend, he had never encountered a corrupted shadow creature. Were there none, or had they remained somewhere far away in a place that he wasn't able to find yet? Shaking his head, he glanced back at the runes. Memories, Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Extraordinary Rock, Endless Spring, Weaver's Mask, Shadow Lantern, Shadow Chair, Overpriced Saddle, Weaver's Needle, Nebulous Mantle, Handy Bracelet, Quintessence Pearl. There was no surprise there. Sunny made his living by creating memories, but strangely enough, he was not in a hurry to create many memories for himself. He did not need to seek power in them, because he himself possessed tremendous power. With Onyx Mantle and Soul Serpent, most of his needs were met, which was not to say that Sunny did not plan to forge himself new equipment in the future. It was just that what he wanted to create was too ambitious to be crafted in a hurry, and he had only opened up his shop a year ago. For now, the only memories he crafted for himself were the Quintessence Pearl, which was basically an improved version of the destroyed Essence Pearl, and the Handy Bracelet, the poor replacement for the spell. He also modified Onyx Mantle a bit, renaming it the Nebulous Mantle in the process. The Quintessence Pearl and the Handy Bracelet were simply for convenience, but the last one was of vital importance for him. After all, it was the Nebulous Mantle that allowed him to live in Bastion, pretending to be a mere master. If people found out that the humble shopkeeper was a saint, things would become complicated. Sunny turned back to the runes. Echoes, Shadows, Onyx Saint, Soul Serpent, Nightmare, Shadow Fiend, Marvelous Mimic. The Marvelous Mimic was what Sunny had called the latest of his shadows, which was created from the modified Covetous Coffer and the shadow of the Mordant Mimic. It was the only shadow that he kept with himself in Bastion instead of sending it to his third avatar. The reason was that he needed it. It was next to him right now, actually. The unassuming brick cottage where his shop was located was, in fact, not a cottage. It was the Marvelous Mimic, who had taken the shape of a picturesque house. Its interior existed in a separate dimension, which allowed Sunny to hide a lot of things below ground. His house could also walk, swim, shapeshift, devour intruders, and produce soul coins. Among other things, Sunny had lost his home in NQSC after his existence was erased from the tapestry of fate, so he made sure that his new home would be able to follow him wherever he went. Smiling faintly, he glanced back at the runes. They read, Attributes, Lord of Shadows, Flame of Divinity, Blood Weave, Bone Weave, Soul Weave, Onyx Shell, Fateless. The Master of Shadows had evolved into the Lord of Shadows during his transcendence. Its description was succinct. Shadows recognize you as their ruler. With it, all his abilities had been strengthened and enhanced. The range of his shadow control was now north of 40 kilometers, and he could extend his shadow sense just as far. He could remain the form of an incorporeal shadow indefinitely, and cover great distances with each shadow step. The depths and intricacy of what he could manifest wild shadows into had also increased tremendously. In short, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Sunny a demigod, or rather, to call his third avatar a demigod. This version of Sunny was just a modest master with a utility aspect who ran a cafe and sold memories from time to time. All people could call him was harmless. Speaking of running a cafe, the customers would be arriving soon. Sunny smiled and took a last look at the runes. Aspect, Shadow Slave. Aspect rank, Divine. Innate ability, Shadow Bond. Master aspect abilities, Shadow Control, Shadow Step, Shadow Manifestation, Shadow Incarnation. Aspect legacy, Shadow Dance. Flaw, Clear Conscience. There was another string at the very end of the field as well. It read, Citadel, Nameless Temple. Those words did not mean that Sunny was anchored in a citadel called the Nameless Temple. They meant that he owned it. It was his citadel, which he had personally conquered and claimed. That was where his third avatar was, and that was the reason he had to kill that great demon. After becoming the lord of a citadel, Sunny also became rather territorial. No nightmare creature was allowed to exist in the vicinity of his temple, because there was already an apex predator living there. Preparing for the moment when the death zone turned into, well, anyway, that was for his third avatar to worry about. This Sunny had nothing to do with it. Dismissing the runes, he stood up and stretched. It was time to open the shop. Chapter 1593, pleasant morning before Sunny went inside. He lingered for a few moments and glanced at the magnificent castle one last time. Then he slowly looked up. Out there, high above the tallest tower of Bastion and slightly to the side, a beautiful island was hovering in the sky, bathed in the golden light of dawn. A great pagoda of pristine white stone rose from it, just as majestic as the colossal ancient fortress. The ivory tower. The wandering citadel looked harmonious, drifting above Bastion like a satellite. In recent years, its lady and her warriors had been sent to defend remote human enclaves on countless occasions, their fame and renown growing with each improbable victory. The image of the immaculate white tower was slowly becoming a symbol of hope for those besieged by nightmare creatures in the sword domain, which was more than a little bit fitting. Sunny looked at the ivory tower for a few moments, his expression remaining perfectly neutral. Then, he averted his eyes and sighed. She has been in Bastion for almost a month now. That is unusual. I thought Anvil would send her to some other godforsaken battlefield by now. With that, he went to enter the cottage. Before he could, however, there was a sound of unhurried steps approaching from further down the street. Turning his head, Sunny saw a petite young woman with short dark hair walking over. She looked sleepy, covering a yawn with a small palm. Unlike most awakened, the young woman stubbornly clung to wearing modern clothes. Her black slacks and white blouse, admittedly, did not stand out in the eclectic fashion of Bastion. Here, one was just as likely to meet a person wearing a stylish business suit as a person clad in enchanted armor. The former was even more in vogue, considering that it took some effort to transport material possessions from the other side. The young woman stopped and stared at him sullenly. "Hey, boss," Sunny smiled. "Hey, Aiko, it's a wonderful morning, isn't it?" Her expression did not change, but her gaze turned even darker. A moment later, Aiko looked away and sighed bitterly. "I still don't understand why you insist on opening so early. The sun is not even up yet, for the love of gods." Chuckling, Sunny opened the door. He had found Aiko shortly after returning to civilization, which happened about a year ago. Back then, the young woman was barely making ends meet. According to her, her memory shop went out of business because the main inventory supplier disappeared somewhere in Antarctica. It was a curious thing. Aiko seemed to remember that she had had a partner, and even that her partner had been responsible for providing the memories for the shop. However, her memories were vague at best, and her attention seemed to wander away every time she tried to concentrate on who that partner had been, exactly. She would even forget trying to recollect the details, switching to thinking about something else. That was how the world covered the glaring hole in existence where Sunny used to be. No one remembered that he had existed, and for events that were too important to be entirely forgotten, a vague and abstract substitute took his place. Just some guy. An inconsequential stranger. A fleeting acquaintance. A comrade who had perished long ago, their face and voice erased from memory by the passage of time. People vaguely recognized that someone had been there, side by side with them, but as soon as they concentrated on these memories, their minds naturally wandered to other matters. The same went for the material traces he had left in the world. There was that famous movie, for example, the Devil of Antarctica. It had been inspired by his actions during the Southern Campaign. People knew that the main character was based on a real person, but were incapable of thinking deeply about who that person was. So they just assumed that the main character was a representation of the collective heroism of countless soldiers who had perished in Antarctica. Oh, Sonny was dead officially. Not that anyone knew or remembered. Therefore, his citizenship status had been revoked, his accounts frozen, and his house in NQSC resold. In short, not only had everyone forgotten him, but they were even incapable of becoming aware of having forgotten him. His smile turned brittle. In any case, Aiko had been reluctant to pledge her allegiance to the legacy clans or the government. She had lost her job as Kai's manager when he enlisted, and the brilliant Emporium was on the verge of going bankrupt. That was when Sonny found her and purchased the ownership of his own business back from her. After all, although the countless nightmare creatures he had slaughtered while aimlessly wandering the dream realm had not given him a lot of shadow fragments, they had provided him with numerous soul shards. He was secretly an extremely wealthy person. Since Sonny needed a capable manager to help him run the Emporium, he hired Aiko once again. Now, she was playing the role of his assistant, as well as, begrudgingly, assistant cook. Come on. The early risers will be here soon. The two of them went to the spacious kitchen and started preparing for the day. Sonny was preparing the ingredients, while Aiko went over the books with a frown on her face. Boss, we are running low on most ingredients. You need to make a trip to the waking world soon. Boss, we are not making enough money. We only sold one memory in the last 2 months. What even is the point of calling ourselves a memory boutique? Give me some funds for a marketing campaign, I'm begging you. Boss, there will be a delivery from the Beast Farm later today. I still have bruises from dealing with them the last time. You do the honors. Listening to Aiko nagging, Sonny let out a sigh. Running a business wasn't easy, especially while dealing with crafted memories and desperately trying to not attract Clan Valor's attention. As he was almost done with the preparatory work, the first customer finally arrived. It was a familiar face. Chapter 1594, Familiar Faces. It was still very early in the morning, so the streets of Bastion were mostly empty. However, someone had already come to the brilliant Emporium. As the door opened, a melodious sound spread through the interior of the marvelous mimic. There was a beautiful silver bell affixed above the door, its soft and pleasing ringing welcoming the entering customers. Of course, it was the sonorous silver bell. Sonny looked up from what he was doing, then wiped his hands on his apron and left the kitchen. There was an elderly gentleman standing at the door, dressed in a patchy enchanted robe. He had messy gray hair, absent-minded eyes, and a pair of bushy eyebrows that seemed to have a life of their own. Sonny suppressed a smile. "Awaken Julius, you are here early." The old man looked at him and smiled politely. "Ah, Master Sunless, well, I am a night owl. Plus, you know what they say, the early bird gets the worm. Wait. I am mixing metaphors." He hesitated for a moment, then coughed. "Sorry, I seem to remember that you dislike birds. In any case, it is nice to see you on this pleasant morning." Sonny nodded. "Likewise, the usual." As the old man assumed his favorite spot near the window, Sonny returned to the kitchen. There, he went about making coffee for his former teacher, while at the same time preparing a light breakfast. "We are running low on coffee beans indeed. I'll have to visit NQSC this week, won't I?" While brilliant Emporium could not contend with more prestigious restaurants in Bastion, hot beverages like coffee, tea, and hot chocolate were Sonny's selling point. That was because he exclusively used the pure water from the endless spring to brew them, which made each cup especially invigorating. He ground the beans, poured the fragrant powder and a little sugar into a copper sieve, then sent a wisp of essence into the stove and placed the sieve on the fire. The stove had been created by him by reversing the enchantment of a long-destroyed charm of his memory of fire, which made kitchen work much easier. When the ground coffee heated a little, he took the endless spring off the shelf, poured water into the sieve, and placed it back on the fire. Ideally, he should have been using a pan of heated sand instead of open fire, but oh well, there were limits to how fancy Sonny was willing to be. While the coffee was brewing, he ignited a second flame and put a pan on it. Then, Sonny opened the icebox and took out a few eggs, butter, and a jar of milk. The icebox had also been created and enchanted by him, in the best attempt to imitate the luxurious refrigerator he had greatly enjoyed owning in the past. In fact, it was more of a large cabinet than a box, made out of natural wood instead of synthwood. So in a sense, it was even more luxurious. There was no ice inside either. Instead, the enchantment was the reverse of another charm he had lost, memory of ice. There was a luminous enchantment, too, activated when the door of the cabinet was open. A third enchantment created a dedicated reserve of essence that powered the first two, so Sonny just had to replenish it once every few months. Breaking the eggs with one hand and putting butter on the pan with the other, Sonny mixed the eggs while slowly blending milk in and poured the resulting mass into the melted butter. He waited for the omelet to set, then effortlessly flipped and folded it, finally adding some mushrooms, vegetables, and ham. Well, monster ham, to be precise. Soon, a perfectly cooked omelet and a cup of fragrant coffee were ready. Putting them on a tray, Sonny glanced at Aiko, who was still going over the books, and left the kitchen once more. Placing the plate and the cup in front of Teacher Julius, he curiously glanced at the book the old man was reading. Its cover was hidden by a leather jacket, but he knew the title from a glance. It was the exploration report on the tomb of Ariel by Nobody. Sonny was the nobody in question, of course. Even though he had lost credit for his previous academic papers, it seemed like a shame to just leave all the knowledge he had accumulated in the third nightmare go to waste. So, even knowing that it would cause some problems, he published a research paper anonymously. He kept the existence of the plagues and everything he discovered in the estuary to himself, though, concentrating on the unique culture of the river civilization, and especially on the stories of weave he had heard from Anank instead. Not only because there were some things that were better left unsaid, but also because some knowledge was simply too dangerous to share. There were very few people in the world who could withstand a mere mention of the forgotten god anyway, while many could be harmed by being exposed to it. However, even with these redacted parts, his report had caused a furor in academic circles. It had caused a furor in some other circles as well, namely, among the great clans. There were supposed to only be 6 people who had ventured into the nightmare of the tomb of Ariel after all, and since none of them was the author of the report, then who the hell was? And how did that person know so much about the great river? Needless to say, the existence of the exploration report, written by nobody, was under a lot of scrutiny. Which was why even a respected professor like Teacher Julius chose to hide its cover under a jacket and read it in the dream realm, as opposed to on his communicator in the waking world. When the old man smelled the delicious fragrance of coffee, he got distracted from his book and looked up. That smell. I've been looking forward to it all week. Sonny smiled and pointed to the exploration report. Are you reading that report again? Awakened Julius. The old man looked around and pressed a finger against his lips. I am, but shhh. You know this amazing work is supposed to be banned, Master Sunless. He picked up a fork and sighed dejectedly. Such a travesty. The depth of knowledge and wisdom the author of this remarkable work possesses is truly astounding. Their discoveries and insights have truly overturned our understanding of the history of the dream realm, especially its later stages. Not to mention the incredible revelations about the origins of the nightmare spell they documented. Such a person should be lauded and celebrated, not hunted. Those legacies are really out of line this time. Sonny smiled politely. Who do you think the author is? Teacher Julius looked thoughtful for a moment. A person of utter brilliance and integrity, no doubt. Well, they should be an old fossil like me, most likely. Probably one of the first-generation saints. Otherwise, I don't see how they could have survived the harrowing depths of the great river, let alone avoid being found out by those who are trying to find them. He sighed. Well, a young man like you won't understand, Master Sunless. Being an explorer is a noble calling, you see. Not that there's anything wrong with making an honest living like you do. Gods know I would have been lost without your excellent cooking skills. Please excuse my outburst. This old man was being impolite. Sonny chuckled. No, no. You are right. Please enjoy your breakfast. With that, he bowed slightly and took a step back. The silver bell rang again, announcing the arrival of the next customer. Chapter 1595, Builders of Things. The new customer was a young woman wearing a sharp, but somewhat wrinkled formal suit. Her white blouse was buttoned up all the way despite the warm weather, and her dark hair was gathered in a bun. There were dark circles under her deeply intelligent but tired eyes. Unlike Teacher Julius, who visited Bastion in his sleep, she was a mundane human residing here permanently. It also seemed like she was visiting the brilliant emporium after burning the midnight oil and working through the night instead of doing so first thing in the morning. The young woman glanced at Sonny, frowned slightly, then gave him a curt nod. Master Sunless. He hid behind a polite smile. Miss Bate. Ah, Chief Bethany, you've made it. Forgetting about Sonny's existence, Bate turned to where Julius was sitting and smiled brightly. Professor Julius, of course I have. Sonny received her order and retreated back into the kitchen. As he started preparing a cup of hot chocolate for the tireless scientist, he sighed and shook his head. She doesn't change. Aiko, who had just finished running some calculations on a wooden abacus, gave him a curious glance. Oh, do you know Chief Bethany, boss? He lingered for a few moments, then shrugged stiffly. We had a few brushes in Antarctica. I doubt she remembers, though. Then he looked around and added, Can you pass me salt? Aiko continued to abuse the abacus, but the salt shaker floated from the shelf into Sonny's hand. That was her dormant ability, a weak form of telekinesis, which really put her integrity in doubt, considering that she used to run a gambling den in the Bright Castle. But who was Sonny to judge? Shaking his head, he finished making the hot chocolate, poured it into a ceramic cup with care, and walked out of the kitchen. As he was placing the cup on the table, he caught a part of the conversation between Teacher Julius and Bate. The old man was saying, So, how are you and your team doing? Bate let out a long sigh and picked up her hot chocolate, warming her hands on the cup. Ah, we are drowning in work. There are rumors that our colleagues in Ravenheart had a breakthrough recently, but you know how it is. Both sides are hoarding information instead of sharing it. The guys from Valor are also tightening up security, as if they are wary of spies. Madness, it's pure madness. They do understand that we could have achieved results twice as fast if there were fewer roadblocks for proper cooperation. She grimaced and shook her head. In any case, developing the infrastructure of Bastion has been a titanic undertaking. Thousands of engineers have given it their best, but with how strange the dream realm is, there are countless challenges. That is where we, the scientists, are supposed to step up. A distant expression appeared on Bates' face for a moment. She took a sip of her hot chocolate and savored it for a bit. Her gaze cleared a little. But even with all the data we gathered during the chain of nightmares, shielding technology remains simply ineffective. Actually, the entire approach is flawed, but the bigwigs are too myopic to realize that we should not be concentrating on developing better insulation to begin with. So, that was why I went and became a bigwig myself. Now we are on the right track, at least. A subtle smile appeared on her face. Actually, there is progress. We are very close to creating a working model of a power station. There is no reason for electrical power not to work in the dream realm, right? And yet, it doesn't for now. But mark my words, I'll have the streets of Bastion illuminated by electric lights before the end of the year. And from there, all manner of things will become possible. Teacher Julius raised his hands and applauded her silently. Electricity, huh? Wonderful, simply wonderful. What are you using to generate the current? Soul essence, I presume. Bates shrugged. I mean, it's not that complicated. Most electricity in the waking world is still produced by steam-powered turbines. It's just the method of producing heat, and therefore steam, that differs. So, we are using heat. Granted, finding a way to produce heat from soul essence is the ultimate goal, a truly sustainable source of energy. After that, Bates' explanation became too technical for Sonny to understand. He had long retreated to the reception desk, of course, but his hearing was greatly enhanced when compared to that of mundane humans. He was a saint, after all. If Sonny wanted, he could eavesdrop on the conversations between the residents of the surrounding houses, let alone those of his own customers. Not that he was in the habit of doing such things. In any case, it seemed that what Bate was talking about was beyond Teacher Julius as well. After a while, he coughed in embarrassment and said in a hesitant tone, "Well, that sewage system you guys built is already remarkable enough. I mean it truly. A thing like that can make or break a city." Bate rolled her eyes. "Oh gods, don't remind me. The earth here is still full of the roots left behind by that titan. Any kind of subterranean construction is a nightmare." Sonny sighed and turned away. The shadow chair, which stood behind the reception desk, creaked quietly as he shifted his weight. She is living well, at least. When hundreds of millions of people entered the dream realm, there was an instant crisis having to do with how and where to settle them, of course. That crisis was not too terrible, though, because the great clans had been secretly preparing for an event like that for a long time. As a result, many of the best specialists in all things having to do with building a robust infrastructure had been either found among the refugees or recruited from the waking world. The prospering city around Bastion had not just appeared on its own. Countless engineers, architects, scientists, craftsmen, and professionals of all kinds had worked incredibly hard to make it a reality, awakened and mundane alike. Bate was one of these pioneers, and of a high rank at that. Of course, being a champion of civilization on the wild and hostile magical frontier was not an easy job, especially considering that the dream realm operated on a set of laws subtly different from the waking world, making most modern technology useless here. But human intelligence prevailed. Electricity before the end of the year. Sonny blinked a couple of times, trying to imagine what Bastion and other human cities in the dream realm would look like if something like that truly happened. What would they look like in 10 years? He wasn't sure he could guess. Well, if anyone could fulfill such a promise, it was Bate. Professor Obel's last disciple. Chapter 1596. Wind of Change. The sun had risen above the horizon, bathing Bastion in warm radiance. The morning was already in full swing, and so Teacher Julius finally had to go. "Goodness gracious, look at the time," he coughed, then looked at Bate with a smile. "I am sorry, young lady, but this old man has to leave. I promised to meet a former colleague of mine, Master Rock. Now that he left the academy to pick up his mace, it's tough for us to cross paths. If I miss him today," Bate shook her head. "Don't worry, Professor. I'm meeting someone else as well." Soon, the elderly awakened left. Bate continued to sip her hot chocolate, her weary gaze fixed on the beautiful white castle in the distance. Sonny, meanwhile, remained behind the reception desk, idly studying the latest issue of the Monster Almanac, an annual publication containing information about all the nightmare creatures humans had encountered in the last year. His interest in these abominations was not at all theoretical. Powerful memories demanded exceptional materials to be created, after all, and most of those materials came from the carcasses of slain abominations. Granted, a nobody like him rarely received an opportunity to trade for truly valuable trophies that Awakened brought back, especially here in Bastion, where the enchanters of valor kept the best materials for their own use. Still, if he knew where to search, he could hunt the suitable nightmare creatures himself. Instructor Rock, Sonny couldn't remember when he last saw the giant man. It was strange to know that one of his first instructors had not only returned to the battlefield, but also ascended at some point in time. The news of the Sovereigns having conquered the fourth nightmare and the existence of the Dream Gates had truly invigorated humanity. With a vast and perilous frontier to conquer and make safe for the settlers, countless people had found new motivation to fight. Many of those less powerful were also burning with passion, wishing to help out however they could. Some simply dreamed of forging a better life for themselves in the new world. In any case, winds of change were blowing both over the dying waking world and over the dream realm which was killing it. I wish him luck. At that time, the silver bell rang again, and new customers entered the emporium. Sonny rose from his seat to welcome them. It was a young couple, both dressed in the kind of clothes Awakened usually wore outside of battle. Armor-type memories often had layers, and those layers could usually be summoned and dismissed independently. So, many Awakened simply dismissed the heavier elements of their armor and walked around in the base layer, which could look like anything. In fact, it often ended up looking peculiar at best, and bizarre at worst. Strangely enough, the latest trend in the fashion world was to imitate this unconventional style, which was why many idols and public figures were sporting strange combinations of bespoke gambeson jackets, linen trousers, tunics, bodysuits, and kimonos these days. However, the couple was not trying to be fashionable. Both the young woman and the young man were seasoned Awakened warriors, which anyone who knew anything about the world could see at first glance. There were a lot of people like them after Antarctica, all easily recognizable by the hint of icy coldness left forever in the depths of their eyes. The young woman was petite, with mousy hair and an unassuming face. Her gaze, however, was calm and confident. The young man had unruly hair and mischievous eyes, a light smile never leaving his lips. The quiet seriousness of the woman did not fit well with the carefree attitude of the man, and yet they looked oddly harmonious together. The young man looked at Sonny and seemed disappointed for a moment. "Oh, it's you, Senior. Where's that cute little assistant of yours?" Sonny tilted his head a little. "She's in the kitchen." At the same time, the young woman glanced at her companion. "Why are you asking?" The young man laughed. No reason, no reason. Gods, Kim, give your husband some credit. I was just surprised to see Master Sunless welcoming us personally, that's all." The couple were, of course, Kim and Luster, Sonny's former subordinates. The government had taken good care of the veterans of the evacuation army, so Luster was now as good as new despite having been gruesomely injured in Falcon Scott. Kim was doing well, too. Due to her unique aspect, the unassuming young woman was in high demand, being treated as a precious asset by the government. The two of them had married not long after the Southern campaign was over. Sonny was still bewildered by that fact, but also happy for them. "Kim, Luster," Bate waved at the young couple and they joined her at the table. Sonny walked over to receive their order, then retreated into the kitchen. What a strange combination. Kim had ordered waffles, while Luster had ordered pancakes. Bate, who seemed to have worked up an appetite, joined Kim in deciding on the waffles. As well, the odd thing, though, was that they requested a bottle of hard liquor, too. Shaking his head, Sonny looked at Aiko and said, "Aiko, get the good stuff from the top shelf." She put the abacus away and looked at him darkly. His assistant was of very small stature, so it might have seemed like Sunny was bullying her by demanding the petite girl to get something from all the way on the topmost shelf. However, after glaring at him for a moment, Aiko simply floated to the ceiling, got the bottle of the expensive whiskey, and presented it to Sunny. That was her aspect. The dormant ability allowed Aiko to move objects, while the awakened ability allowed her to move herself. "Thank you kindly." Taking the bottle, Sunny picked up 3 glasses and went to deliver the whiskey to the esteemed guests. Chapter 1597, Tragedy of Imperfection. Pancakes and waffles. The two were almost identical, but also infinitely different, like 2 sides of the same coin. Just like both the gods and the chaos creatures were born from the everlasting void, both pancakes and waffles were made from the same ingredients. However, the end result was not the same. Perhaps there was a deep philosophical lesson to be learned from how 2 things made from the same ingredients could end up so vastly different, but Sunny did not particularly care. He did, however, care about waffles and pancakes. It wasn't hard to make either, but there was endless depth in the deceiving simplicity of these staple breakfast foods. Making pancakes was both an art and a kind of science. Waffles were even more elusive. Even with Sunny's potent transcendent mind and perfect physical coordination, it took him a long time to master the challenging art of making them. Still, his ultimate goal, a perfect pancake and a perfect waffle, were still out of reach. And doomed to stay forever out of reach, because imperfection was one of the governing laws of existence. It was tragic. Perfection might not exist, but I've gotten damn close to it. Every cook had their own approach, but as far as Sunny was concerned, the secret of a near-perfect waffle was letting the batter rest in the icebox for exactly 1 night, which was why he had prepared it in advance yesterday. For pancakes, though, he preferred to use fresh batter. Not wishing to make the guests wait, he manifested his shadow as an avatar and went about preparing both at the same time. While his avatar was busy with the waffles, Sunny used his original body to make the pancakes. The process was both simple and intricately complex. First, he broke and separated the eggs, then poured the yolks and the whites into separate bowls. He then carefully blended milk and melted butter into the yolks while whisking the whole thing. At the same time, Sunny manifested a pair of shadow hands to whisk the whites, using a bit of his transcendent strength and speed to hasten the process. Finally, he combined baking soda with vinegar and mixed that with flour, sugar, and salt. Baking powder would have worked as well, but it was currently in short supply in Bastion. So, soda and vinegar were going to have to do. Aiko glanced at him, both of him, with all his 6 arms, shook her head, and returned to her work. Now came the most important part. As soon as the whites were beaten to have stiff peaks, Sunny carefully combined the flour mix, the yolk mix, and the whipped whites together, creating batter. This was where most wars were fought among the pancake enthusiasts. Some swore on lumpy batter. Some considered anything except a perfectly smooth blend heretical. There were various factions in between the 2 extremist camps, too. Sunny himself was a moderate, standing by a precise and immaculate balance between smoothness and lumpiness, which he had painstakingly discovered after countless attempts. Most things worked best in moderation, after all. When the batter was ready, he put a pan on the fire and waited for it to grow hot, while simultaneously letting the batter rest a bit. Then, he used a large spoon to pour a portion of the batter into the pan, watching with satisfaction as it formed into a neat circle. The rest was just a matter of skill. Sunny waited until bubbles broke on the surface of the pancake, then flipped it with one smooth, precise motion. Years of sword practice helped him perform the flip in the most efficient and spectacular manner. 1 serving of Trancendent pancakes coming right up. Soon, both the pancakes and the waffles were ready. For the final step, Sunny places a scoop of vanilla ice cream on each serving of the waffles, adding freshly cut strawberries on top. As for the pancakes, Sunny took a deep breath. Ancient texts mention that pancakes were ritually served with something called maple syrup. However, such a thing did not exist in the world anymore, and the ancient tradition could not be maintained. There were a few substitutes, sure, especially here in Bastion, which was famous for its forests. But the most popular one, he grimaced. Shaking his head, Sunny put butter on the pancakes, then retrieved a glass jar from the cupboard with a shaking hand. Finally, he poured some honey on top. Disgusting. Gods, I just don't understand people. Hiding his discomfort behind a polite expression, he picked up all 3 plates, dismissed the avatar, and went to serve breakfast to the guests. Aiko, make 2 coffees. Bait, Kim, and Luster grew lively at the sight of the pancakes and waffles he had cooked up. Sunny took a step back and secretly watched them take their first bites. He made an effort to hide his pride. Kim's eyes widened a little. These waffles have no vulnerabilities, he smirked subtly. Of course they don't. These waffles were made by a saint. Soon, Aiko came out of the kitchen with 2 cups of coffee. She placed them in front of Luster and Kim and walked away. At that point, Sunny noticed that the bottle of whiskey he had brought out earlier was still untouched. As he contemplated why the 3 survivors of the Antarctic Center ordered hard liquor early in the morning, Bait turned and waved at him. Can we get 2 more glasses, actually? We are waiting for someone. Sunny lingered for a moment, then nodded and turned around to walk to the kitchen. As he did, he noticed that Aiko was still loitering near the entrance for some reason. What are you doing? The petite girl flinched, then glanced at him and touched her hair nervously. What? Nothing. Just then, the silver bell rang once more, and a new customer walked in from the street, bringing with him the smell of verdant leaves. It was a gallant man wearing a suit of enchanted armor. His reserved but pleasant smile possessed a hint of warmth to it, which made his already handsome face even more attractive. The man was followed by an echo that resembled a monstrous hound, its fur as black as night. Aiko suddenly straightened and met the new customer with a bright smile. Master Quentin, welcome. Oh, the weather is very fine this morning, isn't it? Chapter 1598, Present Problems Indeed. The gallant man was none other than Quentin, the healer and melee specialist of Sunny's old cohort of irregulars. Quentin's soul had been swallowed by the call when he lost consciousness during the siege of Falcon Scott. As a result, he was pronounced missing in action by Army Command, but no one had any illusions. Everyone, including Sunny, had thought him dead. However, the gallant healer proved everyone wrong. Somehow, he had not only managed to reach a suitable seed of nightmare in the hellish white desert without succumbing to its many perils, but also conquered that nightmare alone. There were a few people among the members of the evacuation army who had managed a similar feat, but still, Quentin's return could only be described with one word: a miracle. Sunny did not like that word too much, though. It detracted from Quentin's own effort, resolve, and incredible determination to survive. He was a man who had once clawed his way out of a cocoon made by an abominable spider, after all, while being digested alive. So perhaps Sunny should have given him more credit. In any case, Quentin had survived. His physical body had long been destroyed by the time he ascended, so the spell created a new one for him, sending it to the citadel where he was anchored at that time. Sunny had only learned about it a few years after becoming a saint. Knowing that the gallant healer was alive brought him a bit of solace. Before, he was under the impression that most of his soldiers had perished. Now he knew that only a half of them had, which was better somewhat. Maintaining a facade of polite indifference, Sunny silently pushed Aiko into the kitchen and showed Quentin to the table where Bait, Kim, and Luster were waiting. They met the healer warmly. Master Quentin, good morning. Hey, Quentin. Well, if it isn't Mr. Big Shot Ascended. Quentin smiled in embarrassment and took a seat. Sunny followed Aiko into the kitchen, ignored her glare, and retrieved the additional glasses. Strange. He had opened his shop in Bastion because that was where most of the people he knew were. There were not that many good restaurants here yet, and certainly very few run by a master, not to mention the memory side of the business. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would run into an old acquaintance or two sooner or later. Since his services were top-notch, the brilliant emporium gained many customers through word of mouth. Those old acquaintances recommended the new place to people in their circle, so it wasn't that odd to meet someone Sonny had known, on occasion. Plus, many of the people he had known were also people Aiko knew. Still, it was strange for an impromptu meeting between the survivors of the Antarctic Center to happen in his cafe all of a sudden. If it had happened before, Sonny would have thought that Fated was pulling the strings of fate behind the curtains, but he was free of such concerns now. Coincidences were nothing more than coincidences, and they did happen. Free, Sonny smiled neutrally as he placed the glass in front of Quentin. "Would you like something to eat?" The healer made an order and Sonny left. As he was walking away, he saw Kim pouring the whiskey into the glasses. The sound of laughter disappeared and the smiles disappeared as well. The four of them remained silent for a few moments, their faces solemn. Then they gulped the bitter liquor down. The fifth glass of whiskey remained standing on the table untouched. Sonny had an idea of what his customers were going to talk about, so he dove into the kitchen, not wanting to listen. Aiko was there, waiting for him with a dismayed expression. She whispered angrily, "Why did you push me away? Boss, listen, I can serve that dreamy, serve Master Quentin and his friends myself. You just rest." Then she noticed something on his face and grew silent. A couple moments later, Aiko sighed. "You are being strange again." Sonny glanced at her impassively, then said with a shrug, "Those guys are from the 1st Evacuation Army and they are here for a reason. Leave them be." She coughed awkwardly. "Oh, I keep forgetting that you were in Antarctica as well. Sorry." Sonny did not make a secret of the fact that he had gone through the Southern Campaign without going into details, of course. That was because the situation there had been extremely chaotic, and many people ended up being forced to challenge nightmares with no warning. Few managed to survive them alone, like Quentin, though. Still, it was easy to explain where an absolutely unknown master had popped out from by simply saying something like, "Oh, I sort of stumbled into a nightmare in Antarctica." That was also a perfect conversation killer, dissuading people from asking further questions. In short, it was very convenient. Sonny patted Aiko on the shoulder and went to cook Quentin's order. "Get ready. The breakfast crowd will arrive soon." He cooked another omelet, brewed some coffee, and delivered both to the gallant healer. Retreating to the reception desk, Sonny picked up the monster almanac and continued to read. He could not help but catch bits and pieces of the conversation his former soldiers were having. After the initial solemn atmosphere, the mood at their table gradually turned lighter. They joked, laughed, and shared news about themselves. Listening to the sound of their laughter, Sonny remained silent. At some point, though, his expression changed slightly. Quentin was talking at the moment, his pleasant voice tinged with a complicated emotion. "Oh, I heard something strange a few days ago, by the way." Luster raised an eyebrow. "Good strange or bad strange?" The healer shrugged hesitantly. "I'm not sure. You see, that thing, the winter beast, apparently it's gone." Kim and Bate looked at him sharply, their eyes turning colder. "Gone? What do you mean, gone?" Quentin shook his head. "It seemed like someone, or rather something, killed it. You know how hard it is to catch glimpses of the southern quadrant, but apparently the evidence suggests that it was killed years ago. We just didn't know." A long silence settled over the table. Then Kim poured the remaining whiskey into their glasses and raised hers. A pale smile appeared on her face. "Good. That's good, then." Turning the page, Sonny sighed subtly. Of course, he knew that the winter beast was gone. He was the one who had killed it, after all, ripping the wretched thing apart with his own 2 hands. Well, it was in the past now. Right now, he was running low on coffee beans and a bunch of other ingredients. Worse than that, his memory business was not doing that well. This was the kind of problem Sunny was facing in the present. Chapter 1599 Delivery. The four survivors of the Antarctic Center finished their meal. As a good host, Sunny saw them off, then remained on the porch for a few moments looking as they walked away. However, he did not have time to waste. By then, there were several other customers waiting to be served, so he sent Aiko to the dining hall and hid himself in the kitchen. Manifesting a second body, Sunny concentrated on preparing food. Mornings were a busy time in the brilliant emporium, but the two of them were managing fine. Sunny had two bodies and could manifest as many hands as he needed, while Aiko was a perfect waitress, simply floating the dishes to the tables with her telekinesis. After an hour or two, the breakfast crowd dwindled and gradually cleared out, leaving the interior of the marvelous mimic empty once again. Sunny washed his hands and leaned back on the shadow chair, while Aiko was counting the money they made. With the increase in human population of the sword domain, it was not convenient to simply use soul shards as currency anymore. Credits, meanwhile, were a purely digital currency. So, the great clans had recently started minting their own coins. Each coin contained a small amount of essence, and their value was supported by the shard treasuries each clan possessed. Sunny did not really care about the matters of economy, but Aiko was all about it, constantly pestering him to think about converting the brilliant emporium into a bank and making his money make money by lending it out to less affluent people in Bastion. The possibility of capitalizing on the first mover advantage in a new world almost made her drool. That said, the petite girl was not really serious about these fanciful dreams, since she understood that growing too big would land them in the steel embrace of valor as well. In any case, Sunny spun a heavy silver coin between his fingers, studying it with a distant expression. One side of the coin had a number on it, while the other was embossed with the image of a sword piercing an anvil. He could feel a minuscule amount of soul essence contained in the silver, ensuring its authenticity. This essence could also be directly absorbed, which was why many awakened carried a few coins with them at all times, just in case they found themselves in dire straits. The coins my mimic makes are much more valuable. Granted, the marvelous mimic had few opportunities to consume someone here in Bastion, so there were not a lot of these coins around. And speaking of the marvelous mimic, Sunny shifted when he felt the brilliant emporium tremble slightly. It was as if the shape-shifting shadow was shivering in fright. "Ah, boss, they're here." Aiko hurriedly dashed toward the kitchen and hid behind the door, peeking from behind it with a concerned expression. Sunny sighed, then stood up and headed toward the door. "It's time, then." Walking outside, he mentally prepared himself. Out there on the front lawn of the brilliant emporium, an adorable wolf pup was sitting, staring at him with shining eyes and wagging his tail excitedly. The little wolf was undeniably cute. However, the problem was that he was also the size of a bull. Sunny looked at the lawn, which had been torn by the wolf pup's claws, and grimaced. "Little Ling, we talked about it. Human form, remember." The puppy tilted his head in confusion, his ears flopping side to side. Then his body shimmered subtly. Sunny averted his eyes. In the next moment there was the sound of rushing air, and a man's voice resounded from a bit further down the street. "Ling Ling." "Summon your clothes," a childish voice answered a moment later. "Boo, Daddy, right now." Sunny waited for a bit, then looked down. The wolf pup was gone, and there was an equally adorable 4-year-old boy standing in front of him, dressed in a simple tunic. Further down the street, a good-looking young man was pushing a sizable cart toward the emporium, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He gave Sunny a friendly smile. "Master Sunless, sorry if we are a bit late." Sunny wanted to answer, but at that moment the little boy smiled brightly and shouted, "Uncle!" With that, he pounced at Sunny and hugged him. Sunny gasped, turning a bit pale, and was pushed back a couple steps. His bones groaned. Ah, ouch! The strange pair were from the Beast Farm, which was where Sunny purchased most of the fresh ingredients used in the brilliant emporium. They were making a delivery. Of course, they were also Effie's husband and child. The huntress swore that she named her son Ling in honor of the leader of her first cohort, but Sunny had his doubts. In any case, little Ling was a unique existence. He had been born in the void at the heart of Ariel's tomb, and therefore treated as a challenger when the nightmare was conquered. So, little Ling had become a transcendent as an infant. The child saint was now a darling of humanity, famous across both worlds. The good-looking young man, meanwhile, was the nameless awakened Sunny had once welcomed back from the first nightmare. That guy was not exactly famous, but definitely infamous. Many people treated him with a peculiar mix of envy, admiration, and fearful sympathy. After all, being married to one saint and a father to another was not for the faint of heart, especially considering the fact that his wife was none other than raised by wolves, and that it had taken little Ling a while to start learning how to control his transcendent strength. Depending on one's point of view, that guy could either be called the luckiest or the unluckiest person in the world. Poor bastard, little Ling was indeed getting better at controlling his strength, but that did not mean that he was good at it. Suppressing a groan of pain, Sunny struggled to inhale and cautiously patted the adorable boy on the head. "Little Ling, dear uncle can't breathe." Chapter 1600. Beast Farm. Sunny had experienced a lot of bizarre things in his life, but the nameless guy really took the cake. It must have been one hell of a conversation when Effie came back from a routine mission as a saint, with a baby in tow despite only being in the 3rd month of her pregnancy, saying that the baby was somehow also a saint. Sunny did not even want to imagine. In any case, Effie and the nameless guy seemed to have worked things out in the end. In fact, their relationship was strangely picturesque and idyllic. Their son was growing up happily, too, bathed in endless care and affection. His mom was now one of the 5 transcendent powerhouses of the government, as well as one of the most well-known and beloved protectors of humanity. His dad, meanwhile, had gone into the dream realm on the winter solstice, a month after the cohort returned from the tomb of Ariel, and became an awakened. He possessed a utility aspect having to do with mending, restoration, and cultivation, as well as golden hands. Now, the nameless guy was managing a large farm that he and Effie had established on the beautiful meadow contained within her supreme memory. That farm was the source of many ingredients Sunny used in the brilliant emporium, so he received visits from the nameless farmer often, which was why the marvelous mimic was afraid of little Ling. The cute boy possessed an endless amount of enthusiasm, like all children did, and the power of a transcendent being. Therefore, he was nothing short of a walking disaster for furniture, appliances, and even buildings. Sunny did not know how Effie's house was still standing, but the mimic had suffered greatly despite being a powerful devil. Sunny had suffered greatly, too, as he extricated himself from little Ling's embrace, thanking Bone Weave for keeping his ribs intact. Sunny shook his head in dejection. "Well, it's my own fault." He just couldn't resist the adorable brat, so every time they visited, Sunny treated him to something tasty, like hot chocolate, waffles, or ice cream. Who knew that a child's fondness could be bought that easily? Therefore, Sunny didn't have anyone but himself to blame for being the target of little Ling's affection. As soon as the little boy let go, he looked at Sunny with huge eyes and smiled bashfully. "Auntie Aiko." "Sorry, Aiko." Sunny smiled and pointed behind himself. "Oh, she's in the kitchen." His only saving grace was that Aiko seemed to be the energetic puppy's favorite, so he heartlessly hid behind the petite girl every time the duo arrived. Yay! Little Ling disappeared behind the door. A moment later, the marvelous mimic seemed to shake a little. The nameless guy had brought his large cart over by that point. Sunny looked at him and nodded politely. "Nice to see you, Ling's dad. How is it today?" Ling's dad panted for a few moments, then grinned. "Great. We were finally able to cultivate a strip of raspberries in addition to what we already grow in the garden. The fields are taking well to the new fertilizer, too. Oh, and we are thinking of procuring more cattle, considering how high the demand for fresh milk has been lately." He pointed to the cart. "Plus, with all the enchanted items you made for us, my life has become much easier. So this time I was able to bring everything on the list. Milk, eggs, tomatoes, flour." He listed all the things in the cart, leaving Sunny to contemplate for a few moments. "That's good. I won't have to search for many substitutes in the waking world." Still, Bastion is still far away from being self-sufficient, so there is no choice but to go, indeed. Although humanity's presence in the dream realm had expanded dramatically, they were still dependent on the waking world for countless things. As far as Sunny was concerned, things like coffee beans, chocolate, salt, and a bunch of other commodities could only be procured on the other side, which was a bit of a pain, considering that he had to act as a master. So every time Sunny wanted to go to the waking world, he had to enter the castle and pretend to use the gateway there. At least he didn't need to come back through the dream gate. That would force him to interact with people from Valor way more often and way more closely than he wished to. He nodded at Ling's dad and offered him a hand. "Let me help you unload everything." As they were unloading the cart, he asked nonchalantly, "Oh, how is your wife doing, by the way?" Ling dad smiled, a glint appearing in his eyes. "Effie, she is doing great. Soul Reaper and she have just returned from suppressing a minor gate crisis in the Eastern Quadrant. The casualties were minimal, so everyone is celebrating," Sunny sighed. As much as the situation in the dream realm had improved for humans, the situation in the waking world was slowly getting worse. There were more gates, and those gates were more powerful. Even with resource shortages being greatly relieved by the mass migration to the other world, the infrastructure was still reeling from losing Antarctica. So, the government was busier than ever. Not only were they working to establish a firmer foothold in the rapidly changing dream realm, but they were also working hard to contain the growing menace of the nightmare spell. Luckily, it was not only the legacy clans that had become much stronger after the chain of nightmares. Although the government did not have many saints, their awakened forces had grown tremendously in recent years, mostly due to many veterans of the evacuation army choosing to remain in service. And the few saints the government did have were up there with the mightiest champions of the great clans. Soul Reaperjet, raised by wolves, and Nightingale. The three of them were worth a dozen less powerful Trancendent, if not more. Ling's dad straightened, wiped his brow, then almost blinded Sunny with a smile. "Ah. Sorry, I forgot to mention, she'll be coming by in a short while." Sunny blinked a couple times. "She, Transcendent Athena, she'll be coming by." The nameless guy nodded happily. "Yes, she had a meeting to attend in the castle, so I just told her to meet us here." Sunny froze. Shadow Slave Audiobook by Kevin Chapter 16. Oh, one esteemed guest. Sunny froze for a moment, then smiled politely. "Ah, in that case, it seems I'll be busy in the kitchen soon." His face did not betray any emotions, but he was a bit rattled on the inside. What is up with today? He had wandered the dream realm alone for about 3 years after becoming a saint, only returning to the embrace of civilization a year ago. So, the brilliant Emporium had not been open for too long. In that time, Sunny had brushed sides with some members of the cohort, but it did not happen often, and definitely not in any kind of meaningful way, which was how he preferred it. He was being contradictory in that desire, perhaps after all. The very reason Sunny had chosen to open his shop in Bastion was because many of his old friends were here. Well, There was another reason as well, but that was the deciding factor. Still, while he could maintain a level of nonchalance while meeting people like Teacher Julius or the Irregulars, it was different with his former companions. Being close to them was both sweet and painful, but mostly painful, which was why he both yearned to see them and preferred to avoid them at all costs. Sonny knew that getting closer to the cohort members would only bring him anguish and torment. Nevertheless, he was sometimes tempted to abandon reason and ingratiate himself into their company once again. Luckily, in the end, reason always won. In any case, calm down. You brought this on yourself anyway. Not only was the brilliant Emporium bound to attract the attention of local powerhouses eventually, but there was also Aiko. There were less than 100 survivors of the Forgotten Shore alive now, and she was one of them. Many of the firekeepers were on friendly terms with her, so they visited her place of work often. Sadly, that did not translate into memory sales as the elite battle force led by Nephi's. They not only had access to the best weapons and equipment the great clan Valor could supply them with, but also spent most of their time on calamitous battlefields, earning plenty of powerful memories of their own. Kai and Effie were among Aiko's friends, too. That was how Sonny had established the partnership with the Beast Farm in the first place. He sighed and beckoned Little Ling's dad. "Please come in. I'll pour you something cold and refreshing while you wait." The two of them carried the ingredients into the kitchen, witnessing a peculiar scene. Little Ling was giggling as he jumped around like a rabbit, reaching his small hands toward Aiko. The petite girl, meanwhile, had sought refuge at high altitude and was floating near the ceiling with a distressed expression on her face. "Auntie, Auntie, come down." She threw a resentful glance at Sonny, sighed, and glided to the floor. Catching the little boy, Aiko nimbly spun him around and then patted him on the head. Here, I'm down. How about we get you some ice cream, Wolfie? Just be a good boy." The rascal immediately put on a subdued expression and looked at her with his huge eyes. His entire being expressed nothing but well-behaved obedience. Little Ling is a good boy. At the sound of his solemn voice, Aiko couldn't help but smile. "All right, then let's go soon." The little boy was sitting at one of the tables and happily swinging his legs in the air. In front of him was a bowl of ice cream, adorned with freshly cut strawberries. The ice cream was disappearing with a frightening speed. His dad, meanwhile, was drinking a glass of cold lemonade as he watched the street through the window. Sonny was looking at the contents of his icebox, wondering if there would be anything left for other customers after Effie was done plundering his cafe. Soon, he heard the sound of the silver bell ringing and an excited yelp. "Mommy!" Then, there was a sound akin to a torpedo hitting the hull of a warship, and the entire marvelous mimic shook. Dust spilled from the ceiling. Letting out a sigh, Sonny turned around and left the kitchen. Effie was perhaps the only person who could withstand the full force of Little Ling's excited pounce without being pushed back or reeling. She had easily caught the brat and raised him into a tight hug, laughing. The boy was hanging from his mom's tall body like a monkey. "Hey there, dumpling, missed me." "I'm not a dumpling, I'm a boy." All right, but why are you so tasty?" "Muami." As Effie pretended to bite Little Ling, he giggled happily and squirmed in her embrace. Sonny observed the scene while suppressing a smile. Despite the flow of time, Effie had not changed at all. She was still the same tall, beautiful, and vibrant woman Sonny had met in the Dark City. Her athletic body was still brimming with boundless vigor and vitality, her perfect lean muscles rolling under the dewy olive skin. Of course, there were changes, too. Effie had grown even more appealing, her transcendent allure capable of bringing countless men to their knees. There was a subtle but palpable presence about her, too. Perhaps it had always been there, but now there was no mistaking it. Wherever Effie went, the air brimmed with liveliness and energy. Everyone around her felt a certain primal intensity permeate their bodies, infusing them with stimulating, spirited force. Such was the effect that Saint raised by wolves, one of the most famous and beloved warriors of humanity, had on people. Carrying little Ling, she walked over to where the nameless guy was sitting, hugged him with one hand, and kissed him on the cheek. Then she looked at Aiko and grinned. "Hey there, shorty. Gods, have you grown even tinier? I really can't, Aiko, you're so cute. Every time I see you, I just want to squeeze you and dress you up." The petite girl frowned. "There will be no more squeezing happening today, thank you very much," Effie laughed. "That stupidly gorgeous boss of yours as well. Ah, he's just like a porcelain doll. If I wasn't a married woman, I would have definitely tried dressing him up. Or, undressing him would be fine too." Aiko's eyes widened, while little Ling's dad spat out his lemonade. Effie's smile turned a little strange. She fluttered her lashes sheepishly, then coughed. "Oh, he's standing right behind me, isn't he?" Chapter 16. Oh, too short, dark, and handsome Effie slowly turned around, just in time to notice the unreasonably gorgeous proprietor of the brilliant emporium falling. 3 cups of coffee that he had been carrying on a tray were flying into the air in slow motion. It seemed that he had tripped. Without missing a beat, the enigmatic shopkeeper regained his balance with a graceful half-step, extended his hand unhurriedly, and caught all 3 cups on the tray without spilling a single drop. A moment later, he smoothly approached the table and placed the cups down, acting as if nothing had happened. Then the nonchalant young man smiled pleasantly and gave her a respectful bow. "Saint Athena, welcome." Effie found herself unable to speak for a moment. Damn, so cool. At the same time, Sunny was nothing short of panicking on the inside. What the hell? No, what the actual hell? I mean, what the hell? How could she go and say something like that? And right in front of her husband, too. Did that woman have no tact? Glancing at Ling's dad covertly, Sunny noticed that the young man was looking at him apologetically. He seemed more embarrassed than anything, with no signs of anger or insecurity written on his handsome face. It seemed that the nameless guy was used to his wife's antics. Well, it made sense. Why wouldn't he be? Sunny had been teased relentlessly by Effie. What made him think that the poor bastard would have had it any easier? If anything, as her husband, he probably had it way worse. Effie, meanwhile, smiled and said in a reserved tone, "Oh, Master Sunless, you were here." It stung a little. The fact Effie used his name instead of a nickname like she did with her close friends stung. The fact that she made an effort to act with decorum around him stung too. Even not being openly teased by her caused a dull ache in his heart. But at the same time, seeing her healthy and well made him happy. Being around her felt familiar and nice, too, even though he was nothing but a dull, unassuming merchant in her eyes. A passing acquaintance not deserving of a second thought, unremarkable and easily forgotten. Someone not worthy of her time, let alone attention. In fact, it was strange for her to even remember his name. But that was the best Sunny could hope for now. He nodded politely. "Indeed. I took the liberty of making some coffee for you to enjoy while the food is being prepared. Aiko, you take a break and keep our esteemed guest company." Effie was being uncharacteristically taciturn, probably because she felt uncomfortable around a stranger. She was also looking at him strangely. If Sunny did not know better, he could have even imagined that she was feeling shy. But surely that was impossible. Bowing again, Sunny turned around and fled into the kitchen. Of course, he made sure to make his retreat seem calm and dignified. As he was walking away, though, he couldn't help but hear little Ling giggling. "Heh, clothes are itchy. Can mommy undress Ling Ling too?" Feeling his ears burning, Sunny dove behind a door. Damnation, right. He had to concentrate on cooking, knowing Effie's appetite, nothing less than a veritable feast would do. Sunny did just that, manifesting an avatar and several pairs of shadow hands. Slicing, dicing, washing, roasting, boiling, simmering, stirring. He had to do a lot of things at the same time just to distract himself from thinking too much. Thankfully, his other two avatars were busy at the moment as well, increasing the load on his consciousness. An idle mind was a restless mind, so Sonny preferred being busy. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but hear bits and pieces of the conversation happening in the dining hall. "Shorty, is your boss single? I have someone in mind to set him up with." "Single? Actually, he's double." "I mean there's two of him." "Huh. In any case, leave my boss alone. Every time you people show up, my career takes a nosedive. First in the Bright Castle, then in NQSC. I swear to the dead gods, Effie, if another of my employers decides to enlist and become a war hero after spending time with you lot, I'll take it personally." "Ah, are you still angry at Kai?" "Actually, he asked me to pass a message to you. Tell that pretty bastard to keep his messages to himself. Unless he wants to help me sue himself for unlawful termination, I don't want to hear a word from him." He, bastard, bastard. Ling Ling, don't say that word." Sonny shook his head and let out a sigh, thinking that Aiko was being too harsh on Kai. Actually, Effie and her were not that close. The two of them were on friendly terms and shared a deep bond as the survivors of the Forgotten Shore. Sure, but back then, Aiko had lived in the Bright Castle, while Effie had been a huntress of the outer settlement. Their paths had not intersected often. Another point of connection between them was Kai, who knew the petite girl much better from their days of paying tribute to Gunlog. Aiko had even worked as his manager after returning to the waking world. So when he chose to end his idle career and enlist in the military, she lost her job. As a result, Aiko seemed to be holding a grudge, which was a bit sad, considering that she was one of the main reasons why Kai had ended up as a saint in service of the government, to begin with. Kai's life could have been safe and comfortable as an awakened, but he had chosen to follow Sonny and the rest of the cohort into the Second Nightmare, and later joined the Southern Campaign. One of the main reasons he had done that was the shame he felt about not having done anything to help Aiko when she was being harassed by one of Gunlog's pathfinders, the bastard whom Nephi's had eventually killed. So, Kai never wanted to be powerless to help people like Aiko and Aiko herself, ever again. That was his motivation to seek strength and continuously put himself at risk as one of the government's champions. What a messed up situation. The web of human relationships was like that, and sometimes it seemed that people were helplessly stuck in its complicated embrace. Sonny, on the other hand, had been forcefully freed from that web, and yet his situation was just as messed up. He chuckled. There was no salvation from the human mess anywhere. Chapter 1603. He's a rumor it was not every day that a famous saint visited the brilliant emporium, so Sonny went all out with cooking up a feast. And Effie was, without a doubt, very famous. The world had changed a lot from the day he awakened. Back then, there had been barely a few dozen Transcendents in existence, each representing the absolute pinnacle of human tenacity and achievement. They were distant and dazzling like living legends. Today, though, there were more than 100 saints out there. They were still revered and venerated, and each of them was still an absolute elite and exalted warrior and champion, the best of the best humanity had to offer. But still, not all saints were made equal. All of them were remarkable, but some were more remarkable than the rest. In general, the 100 Transcendents were often divided into 3 loose tiers. The lowest tier, if such a description could even be applied to these legendary figures, was the largest, and mostly consisted of those saints who had reached Transcendence after the Southern Campaign. They were younger and less experienced, and their path to sainthood had been a little easier than that of their predecessors. So, these undoubtedly outstanding warriors were still considered a bit weaker than the rest of the saints. The middle tier consisted of the few most talented representatives of the new generation, as well as of the old guard of those seasoned veterans that had reached Transcendence before the Chain of Nightmares. Saints like Sky Tide, Summer Night, Silent Stalker, Bloodwave, and Wake of Ruin were among them. These powerhouses wielded fierce powers and possessed a frightening amount of experience, each towering above the rest of humanity like mythical giants. However, there was still someone above them. Each of these unique individuals was a singular existence, a presence that broke all the rules. Their terrifying power could hardly be measured, and they stood apart from even the saints, inferior only to the sovereigns themselves. There was no word for what these people were, but everyone knew their names. The government possessed 3 of these exceptional champions, raised by Wolves, Nightingale, and Soul Reaper. Clan Song possessed 3 as well. They were Mordred, Sation, and Beastmaster. And lastly, Clan Valor possessed 2. They were Nephi's and Morgan, the Sword Sisters. Of course, there were saints of equally terrible power who were completely unknown. One of them was Cassie, the other one was Sunny, and that was pretty much it. So, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that a very famous saint was currently visiting the brilliant Emporium, saying that she finally understood what the female fire keepers had been talking about when they mentioned the Eye Candy Cafe. Sunny frowned subtly. Eye Candy Cafe? I haven't heard of it. Do I have a new competitor? New shops and restaurants were popping up in Bastion almost every day, so he was not very diligent about keeping up with the competition. Whatever, all the more reason to make sure that Effie is satisfied with her experience in the brilliant Emporium. Then she can tell the fire keepers to stay loyal to it. Her own soldiers as well. Although the government Awakened have fewer coins to spend, there are a lot of them. Eventually, he used one of his bodies to start serving the dishes. Various side dishes, a mountain of dumplings, tender barbecued meat, black bean noodles, steamed buns, spring rolls, red rice cakes, and perfectly cooked rice. He had really outdone himself this time. Panting, Sunny wiped his hands on the apron and smiled pridefully. Back in the dining hall, Effie had already demolished half of what he had cooked and let out a satisfied sigh. Ah, this is great. Then she gave his avatar thumbs up and added, "Can I get another one of everything?" Sunny's smile wavered. After Effie was done with her meal, she stayed for a while, catching up with Aiko. They had invited Sunny to join them, but he politely refused and returned to the reception desk, pretending to read the Monster Almanac. Therefore, he accidentally heard Effie sharing some information about the meeting she had attended in the castle. It's about the winter solstice, of course, which is today. By tomorrow, many sleepers from the waking world would be sent into the dream realm, scattered all across its territory. With how many humans are here now, most will find their way to the nearest settlement without much problem. The rest will be picked up by the patrols we've jointly established. Well, apart from those who are unlucky. She grew quiet for a moment, and then added in a somber tone, "Of course, there very well may be poor bastards like us too. Since not all regions of the dream realm have human presence, they can be lost. No one wants the Forgotten Shore to be repeated, so this time there is an initiative to widen the search area. Valor is even sending a team into a death zone." Aiko frowned. "Let me guess who is going to draw the short straw. They're going to send Changing Star, aren't they?" Effie sighed. "Yeah, my poor princess can't catch a break. Well, of course, it's all a ruse, the real reason they are sending her there." She lowered her voice. "Is the Lord of Shadows." Sunny turned the page of the Monster Almanac, his face remaining perfectly neutral. Aiko, meanwhile, raised an eyebrow. "Lord of Shadows, who is that?" Effie gently caressed little Ling's head. The boy was resting his head on her lap, fast asleep. His dad, meanwhile, simply listened to their conversation while sipping coffee with a smile on his face. The huntress shrugged. "He's just a rumor, but since Valor is taking action, I guess he's not after all." In any case, there has been a lot of talk about a mysterious saint appearing in the death zone between the Sword Domain and the Song Domain not too long ago. If he really exists and has been able to survive there alone for so long, then he is immensely powerful. Of course, both domains would want to obtain his allegiance. She hesitated for a moment, then added darkly, Or, if that is not possible, to make sure that no one else gets him. I guess they are sending Nephi's to test the waters. Shaking her head, Effie remained silent for a few moments and then laughed. Can you imagine? I mean, has Anvil lost it or what? Don't get me wrong, I love Princess, but really, she is probably the worst person in the world to use as a negotiator. Sunny couldn't help but agree. Of course, what Effie did not know was that the person Nephi's was supposed to negotiate with was sitting just a few meters away, having just served her a delicious dinner. Chapter 16:04 Brave New World. So, they are finally starting to move. Sunny let out a quiet sigh. Things were progressing according to his calculations, but at the same time he felt that it was sometimes unpleasant to be right. Many things had changed since Antarctica, but many things were also the same. The balance of power was entirely different. For example, Sunny had been born at the time when the three great clans were in charge of humanity, so for the longest time he simply assumed that that was the natural order of things. But actually, although some legacy clans had always been more prominent than the others, the three great families Valor, Song, and Night only rose to their exalted status shortly before he was born. And now, the status quo had changed again. Even though there were still nominally three great clans, in practice, only two remained. The House of Night had lost its competitive edge for a multitude of reasons, the main being that it lacked a sovereign. Without a sovereign, the masters of the Stormsea could not bring millions of mundane humans into their area of influence and develop their citadels into prosperous cities. They could not keep up with the exploding number of awakened, masters, and saints the other two great clans now commanded, either. In short, the House of Night had been relegated to the role of a supporting player in the great game between Valor and Song. The role of the government was not the same, either. Now that the sovereigns had revealed themselves, and the exodus of humanity from the waking world had quietly begun, the writing was on the wall. As the force mainly responsible for maintaining the cradle of humanity, the government had no choice but to become obsolete. Perhaps it was not going to happen in a decade, or even several decades, but their days were numbered. Unless the government changed, that was. And so, it was changing, slowly developing its presence in the dream realm. Strangely enough, despite the bleak future, the government's power had actually grown in recent years. Although there were not a lot of saints in its employ, 3 of those saints belonged to the highest tier of transcendence. There were countless awakened, and a large number of masters remaining loyal to the army as well. So the government had actually shortened the gap and was now almost as powerful as the House of Night. It was nowhere near the 2 nascent kingdoms of the dream realm, though. And those kingdoms' Sword Domain and Song Domain had changed the least. The war between the 2 great clans was not being fought in the open, but it had never ended. The only thing preventing it from progressing to direct conflict was that the 2 domains did not share a physical border. Yet, but in fact, the territories of Song and Valor were dangerously close to each other. It was just that they were separated by a perilously dangerous death zone. That death zone was doomed to become the first battlefield of the inevitable open war between the 2 dream kingdoms. It was also where Sunny had established his citadel, right in the middle of this exceedingly important strategic region, and where his 3rd avatar was currently hunting down anything stupid enough to challenge his rule. His thinking was simple. He had to put himself in an advantageous position for when the war inevitably started. Because after 3 years of wandering the dream realm alone and slowly losing his mind, he realized that he didn't want to observe the end of the world and the birth of a new one from the sidelines. He wanted to be right in the middle of everything, shaping the outcome to fit his will and achieving his goals in the process. Well, anyway, that was the 3rd avatar's problem. The second avatar was keeping an eye on Rain and cautiously exploring the hidden side of Ravenheart. This Sunny, meanwhile, was simply running a shop and occasionally feeding gluttonous saints. "Hey there, Master Sunless, can I ask you a question?" Sunny looked away from his book and turned to Effie. "You certainly can, Saint Athena." Effie hesitated for a moment, then smiled mischievously. "Is Sunless really your name? You know, I'm not saying that it sounds like something an 8th grader would call himself, but I'm also not saying that." He stared at her with a polite expression. "Didn't you name your son Dumpling?" Effie flinched. What? No, Ling, his name is Ling. It's the name that belonged to a dear friend of mine." Sunny smiled and turned back to his book. "My mom, you see, had a poetic soul." He hesitated for a moment and then added nonchalantly, "Also, I never attended school, so I wouldn't even know what an 8th grader would call himself." Effie, little Ling, and little Ling's dad eventually went on their way, leaving a mountain of dirty dishes behind. Sunny used his avatar to wash them while resting on the porch and listening to the lively sounds of Bastion. Although his shadow sense could reach far and wide, he didn't dare use it right under Anvil's nose. The King of Swords possessed unrivaled authority within his domain, after all, and few things escaped his gaze. Chances were, he would sense someone exploring his capital through unseen means. So, Sunny kept to himself. Soon the midday crowd arrived, and he spent a couple of hours in the kitchen cooking various lunches. That crowd disappeared as well, leaving the brilliant emporium empty. Sunny was drowning in a strange melancholy after meeting Effie. The time she had spent in his restaurant had felt very uplifting, but now that she was gone, only wistfulness remained. It was his birthday as well, but she didn't remember. No one did. Honestly, even he had almost forgotten about it himself. What was the big deal anyway? Suppressing a sigh, Sunny closed his eyes and concentrated on his other avatars. That was another advantage of existing in several places simultaneously. He was almost never bored. So, Nephi's is coming. It was not unexpected, but happened sooner than he had thought. How long would it take her to find the Nameless temple, knowing Neph? 2 weeks at most. So he had 2 weeks to mentally prepare himself. That was probably enough time. Rain needs better arrows, too. Time passed swiftly while he contemplated various matters. Then a new customer arrived. This one, however, was not here for a meal, but rather for a memory. Chapter 1605, Memory Boutique. The silver bell rang once more, and a new customer walked in. Sunny was idly wondering what they would order when he noticed who it was. A moment later, his eyes glistened with professional interest. It was a young woman wearing light armor and a white cape and awakened. Her elegant beauty and golden hair were lovely, but her expression was cold and composed, creating an uninviting impression. Sunny did not really care about what she looked like, though. The aloof awakened was important because she was one of his clients and had come to retrieve a memory. More than that, she was a legacy, which meant a hefty commission and a great boost to the brilliant Emporium's reputation. Plus, she was a passing acquaintance from Sunny's former life. Even though they had only met a few times, hers was still a familiar face. He smiled and bowed politely. "Awakened Tell, welcome." The young woman glanced at him sternly and nodded. "Master Sunless, I'll be leaving Bastion soon, so I wanted to check on your progress. It would be convenient if you procure a suitable memory before I depart." He couldn't help but widen his smile a little. "It is good that you decided to pay the brilliant Emporium a visit, my lady. In fact, I have just recently acquired something that might be of interest to you." Sunny did not make a big secret of the fact that he could craft memories, but he was hiding the extent of his abilities. So, for the more demanding commissions, he pretended to be a mere merchant. Very few people knew what he was really capable of. For most, it seemed like he simply possessed a network of connections that allowed him to find and purchase suitable memories in a timely fashion. Sunny signaled Aiko to hold down the fort and invited Awakened Tell to follow him downstairs. Passing through an ornate wooden door, they descended a set of stairs and entered the spacious basement of the marvelous mimic. There, a large chamber was illuminated by the soft light of enchanted lanterns. The furnishing was luxurious, but tasteful, exuding elegance and class. Various memories were displayed in glass cases that were attached to the walls, sharp steel glinting on dark velvet. No sound from the upper floor reached this silent place, creating a solemn atmosphere. In short, Sunny had nothing to do with designing how the memory boutique looked. It was all Aiko's work. The petite girl possessed much more knowledge on how to actually sell memories, both because she had been close to Stev, the caretaker of the Bright Castle's arsenal, and because she had run the actual operation of Sunny's brilliant emporium in the past. Plus, she was generally savvy when it came to business. Aiko had explained her rationale well to make Sunny sign off on all these expensive furnishings. They were much more awakened now, but good memories were still quite expensive. In that sense, they were much closer to luxury goods than to common tools. Therefore, a memory shop had to cater to a luxurious clientele in order to seem reputable. The classier it looked, the more inclined affluent clients would feel about spending their coins here. Although Aiko had complained that the brilliant emporium had only sold one memory in the last 2 months, it was actually not that bad of a result. In fact, Sunny only had to sell a memory once in a while to keep the business afloat. Selling one every month, meanwhile, would be more than enough to turn a large profit. Right now, the main problem he faced was not weaving memories, but actually crafting them. Since Sunny did not want to reveal his secrets, he was reluctant to partner up with external specialists. Therefore, he did everything alone, playing the role of a blacksmith, jeweler, tanner, tailor, carpenter, and so on himself. He was surprisingly good at it. Well, actually, it was not very surprising. Sunny had learned the basics of craftsmanship a long time ago. Every awakened knew how to survive in the wilderness, which included maintaining their equipment, constructing shelter, sewing up wounds, and many other things. Additionally, he deepened his knowledge of all kinds of crafting while learning to weave memories. That knowledge was then put to the test when he lost access to the nightmare spell and had to survive in the remote regions of the dream realm alone for 3 years. Most importantly, though, Sunny was a weaver. His ability to craft weaves of essence strings made all other forms of craftsmanship seem accessible. He also had a golden touch due to consuming weaver's phalanx. Lastly, he was a transcendent. His dexterity, physical coordination, and precision were unrivaled. His senses were vastly superior to those of mundane humans, and his mental acumen was far beyond the norm. In short, Sunny had put a lot of effort into mastering his trade, and was confident that he would not lose to the famed forgemasters of Clan Valor when it came to the quality of his craftsmanship. Although, he was somewhat envious of all the tools and resources they had access to. Awakened Tell could not see it, but there was more than one chamber in the basement of the marvelous mimic. Sunny also had an expansive workshop hidden behind the boutique, containing everything he used to do work, from a forge and a kiln to a pottery wheel and a sewing machine. There was also a large storage room where various materials, mostly sourced from the carcasses of nightmare creatures, were kept. It had not been easy to arrange a proper workshop in the basement of the marvelous mimic, let alone an opulent boutique. The interior of the shadow was somewhat of a separate dimension, after all, and although Sunny had managed to alter the weave of the original covetous coffer to make it capable of containing living things, it wasn't really suited for it. Above ground, the problem was easily solved by having the marvelous mimic manifest windows, which could let in air and light. Below ground, though, things were a bit tricky. In the end, Sunny had to create enchanted lanterns for illumination and heat plates for warmth. The air, meanwhile, was supplied by inferior copies of the quintessence pearl placed strategically here and there. The marvelous mimic supplied the essence needed to keep these enchanted items working itself. That arrangement had the side effect of turning the interior of the marvelous mimic into an isolated environment that could sustain human life. Or any kind of life, really. Even if the shadow was buried deep underground or fell to the bottom of the ocean. Even drowning in a volcano was not going to present much of a problem, but that was beside the point. Sonny had no intentions of drowning in volcanoes anytime soon, or better yet ever. Walking to a rich mahogany display table, Sonny put on black woolen gloves and retrieved an elegant lacquered box, placing it down carefully. Then he opened the lid and smiled at Awakened Tell politely. "Please, take a look." Inside the box was a memory that he had recently finished crafting. Chapter 1606, Belated Apology. Inside the lacquered box, an intricately engraved vambrace was laying on black silk. It was forged from a light silvery metal and decorated with a pattern resembling interlaid feathers. The vambrace emanated a feeling of restrained power, and just from a passing glance, one could tell that it was an extraordinary item. Awakened Tell, however, seemed unimpressed. Well, from what Sonny could remember, she always seemed that way. The young woman raised an eyebrow. "Master Sunless, from what I remember, I commissioned you to procure a suit of armor," he smiled. "Your memory is stellar, my lady. But don't be concerned, this vambrace possesses a rare enchantment that allows it to unfold into a full plate of impregnable armor, just like what you wish to purchase. The process only takes a second and consumes very little essence. While such a trait might bring a slight inconvenience in case of a sudden attack, it also makes this memory uniquely adaptable." Tell's eyes gleamed. "I assume that it can be used by a saint," Sonny nodded. "Indeed, it can accommodate any type of transformed creature up to about 50 times the size of an average human. The speed with which the vambrace unfolds remains the same. Of course, the essence expenditure grows in proportion." He continued to smile, but really, Sonny wanted to cry on the inside. That was because it took him an incredible quantity of magical alloy to create the damned vambrace. The thing looked small, but he would have had to bankrupt the brilliant emporium in order to purchase the materials needed to forge it, if anyone would even sell them to him. In the end, he had been forced to track down and kill a dozen corrupted beasts with metallic carapaces to complete the commission, which meant that Sonny had not suffered a loss, but he could have sold all that transcendent steel instead. His heart was bleeding. In fact, he was even lamenting the cost of the expensive lacquered box with silk furbishing that Aiko had made him buy for the vambrace. But it is for a good cause. Sonny had to remind himself why he had put in extra effort to make sure that this memory was particularly potent and durable. Awakened Tell finally showed a hint of satisfaction. She studied the memory for a few moments, then asked in a slightly warmer tone, "You have conducted a thorough study of its other enchantments, of course." "What are they? Oh, and what is its name?" Sonny carefully picked up the vambrace and began the description. "My lady, this transcendent memory of the 4th tier is called the Belated Apology. Apart from the unfolding enchantment, it also possesses 3 others. One vastly enhances its physical durability. The other grants the person wearing it greatly increased protection from elemental attacks. Finally, the 3rd enchantment might interest you the most. It allows the master of the memory to make it as light as a feather." Unbelievably, a smile appeared on the young woman's stern face. "Well, of course it did. That set of enchantments was almost perfect for an armor-type memory. That's perfect. That is exactly what my father needs." Sonny hid a smile and put the vambrace back in the box. Then he asked, pretending to do it only out of politeness, "Oh, and how is Saint Roan doing?" Indeed, the young woman in front of him was Lady Tell of the White Feather clan. She was the daughter of Saint Tyrus and Master Roan, although the latter was also a Trancendent now. Sunny had bumped into her a few times in the sanctuary of Noctis, and later in Falcon Scott. To his shame, though, he had never known that the standoffish girl was actually the daughter of his benefactors, mostly because of how young her parents looked. Determining the age of awakened was a messy affair. It was only after coming to Bastion that Sunny realized his mistake. Tell smiled a little. He's doing well apart from lacking a good Trancendent armor and still being in the doghouse because of having challenged the third nightmare against Mother's wishes. She fell silent abruptly. Wait, why am I telling you this? The young woman looked at Sunny with wide eyes. Then, strangely enough, she blushed a little and looked away. Well, in any case, both of my parents are fine. They are awfully busy, of course. Sunny was a bit perplexed by her reactions, but just shrugged mentally. Unsurprising. There were very few legacy clans being led by two saints. The White Feather's prominence had risen greatly since their exile to Antarctica and therefore, so had their duties. No one could discard them anymore. Sunny smiled and lowered his head with respect. That is good to hear. I wish them all the best. Young Lady Tell of White Feather ended up purchasing the belated apology and leaving the brilliant emporium in good spirits. Aiko was happily counting the money as well, and since Sunny knew that the memory he had painstakingly created would serve St. Roan well, he was in a good mood, too. Not long after that, evening came. More customers visited the brilliant emporium to enjoy tea and snacks after a long day of work. The evening crowd receded, and the sun disappeared beyond the horizon. Moonlight and darkness enveloped the streets of Bastion, and the city slowly grew quieter. Aiko left, leaving Sunny in the empty cottage. He cleaned up the dining hall and then went to the porch to breathe some fresh air. Looking at the thriving city surrounding him, full of countless people, Sunny felt painfully alone. Especially today, he couldn't help but feel it sharply. Sunny remained on the porch for a while, watching the pale moon slowly move across the starlit sky. Then he sighed and went inside. I'll clean up the kitchen, then go to bed. Everything else can wait until tomorrow. This day had been strangely eventful. He was busy washing the kitchen utensils when the silver bell suddenly rang again. Surprised at the appearance of a late customer, Sunny raised an eyebrow and walked into the dining hall. I'm sorry, but we are about to close. The words died on his lips. Out there in front of him stood a delicate young woman in a sea-wave cloak. Her hair was like a cascade of pale gold, and her eyes were hidden behind a strip of blue cloth. Despite the blindfold hiding her eyes, the young woman's ethereal, otherworldly beauty was simply breathtaking. She lingered for a moment, then turned her head in the direction of Sunny's voice. Oh, I am sorry. I'm afraid I'm a bit late then. Sunny remained silent, trying to overcome his shock. What is she doing here? He suppressed his emotions and put on the polite smile of a humble shopkeeper. No, it's no trouble. What did you want? I'll prepare it quickly. The young woman tilted her head a little, then said hesitantly, My name is, he interrupted her, trying to put an appropriate amount of respect and reverence into his voice. I know who you are, Lady Song of the Fallen. Who in Bastion doesn't? I am the owner of the brilliant emporium. You can call me Master Sunless. It's an honor to meet you. Cassie sighed, then nodded curtly. Eventually, she said, I heard that you can procure rare memories or make them. Sunny froze for a moment. Ah, one of the firekeepers must have recommended him to her. And knowing Cassie, it must not have taken her long to discover that the owner of the brilliant emporium did not just sell memories but also crafted them. But why would she come to him? All the enchanters of Clan Valor were at her disposal. Sunny took a deep breath. Are you interested in commissioning a memory, my lady? She nodded again. In a way, he smiled. Now he was in familiar territory. Great. I am sure that you won't be disappointed in my services. Just today, a member of the renowned White Feather clan purchased a memory from our stock. They were extremely satisfied with its quality. Cassie smiled, then shifted slightly as if looking around. That is good to hear. The memory I want you to make must be of the highest quality." She lingered for a few moments, then turned to him and added in a neutral tone, "Oh, and by the way," her smile wavered a little, "happy birthday." Chapter 1607. Godgrave, a vast white plain, was shining under blinding sunlight. It seemed deceptively endless, devoid of any features. No living thing was moving across its surface, and none would dare to. Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan was kneeling on that plain. She had been kneeling there for 3 days without moving a muscle, and even her right hand was frozen in the air, holding the hilt of a silvery sword. Its blade was like a radiant mirror reflecting a boundless white void. Her impassive face was showing signs of fatigue, but her beautiful gray eyes were cold and sharp, full of indomitable resolve that bordered on obsession. Her silver hair was moving slightly in the wind. Lady Nfi's the wind, staying still like a statue, she spoke without looking back. "I know, stay strong." There were a few moments of silence, and then another voice spoke. "I don't know how much longer I can endure." Nephi's answered evenly, white sparks igniting in the depths of her calm eyes. "Stop talking unless you want to die." She wasn't threatening the man, simply stating a fact. In response to her words, there was silence. The wind blew across the white plain, crashing into her with furious force. There were a few gasps from behind Nephi's, and yet no member of her retinue allowed themselves to be shaken by the squall. The only thing that moved was the torn veil of ominous gray clouds. It swirled and flowed, slowly obscuring the merciless sky, not that Nephi's could see it, frozen as she was. All she could see was the shadow slowly spreading across the flawless white plain. Where the shadow of the clouds was cast, the white surface lost its blinding radiance, becoming easy to look at. As Nephi's watched the radiance dim, her face remained motionless. Her heart, however, started beating faster. Finally, the stormy veil repaired itself, and the sky became completely hidden behind it. The blade of Neph's sword was extinguished, reflecting nothing but a swirling expanse of gray clouds now. The clouds were glowing brightly with diffused and scattered light. She let out a quiet sigh. Behind her, bodies hit the ground in a clatter of metal, and pained groans tore apart the silence. Nephi's remained motionless for a few moments, then lowered her sword and slowly stood up. This one was long. Turning around, she looked at the 7 masters that were sprawled on the ground, panting as they tried to recover from 3 days of torturous stillness. Shim, Kaor, Shakti, Sid, Gorn, Gantry, and Urlas. They were the fire keepers that had followed her into the death zone on this mission. The rest were in less dangerous regions of the dream realm, searching for young sleepers. Far away. There had been a time when Bastion, located in the heartland of the dream realm, was separated from Ravenheart by an immeasurable distance. Ravenheart was situated far northwest, after all, on the outskirts of the Hollow Mountains. But Awakened had conquered a lot of territory in the last few decades. Led by the great clans, humans had greatly expanded their area of influence in the dream realm. The 2 enclaves had swallowed many regions, and yet they still did not share a border. In the south, both the Sword Domain and the Song Domain bordered the Stormsea, which was ruled by the House of Night. In the north, the Hollow Mountain stood like an impregnable wall in the path of human expansion. The 2 domains were separated by a death zone, or rather, several of them, stretching from the Hollow Mountains all the way to the Stormsea. This deadly territory widened in the south, but was comparatively narrow in the north. Which meant that if the 2 enclaves were to be connected by land, the narrowest and northernmost region separating them had to be conquered. And that was where Nephi's and the Fire Keepers had been sent to the death zone far in the north. This place, which had taken the lives of many powerful Awakened, had no official name. However, people often called it the Godgrave. The reason for it was rather simple. Turning her head slightly, Nephi's looked north. Out there, far in the distance, a titanic skull was laying on the misty slopes of the hollow mountains, staring back at her with one colossal, empty eye socket. Deep darkness nestled in its gaping chasm, still and foreboding. The other eye socket, as well as the forehead and the entire left side of the titanic skull, had been entirely shattered by some unimaginable blow. The bone splinters, which had rained down thousands of years ago, created mountain peaks of their own. The skull was connected to a white spine, which stretched south from the hollow mountains. In fact, it was connected to an entire skeleton of inconceivable proportions. From the top of the skull to the right knee joint, which was the southernmost intact point of the skeleton, it was at least 5,000 kilometers in length. The skeleton and the ground below it was the death zone. It was called Godgrave because awakened, shocked and frightened by the terrifying size of the ancient remains, had speculated that it was the corpse of a god. Of course, Nephi's did not think the same way. In any case, the right hand of the skeleton lay in the song domain, while the left hand lay in the sword domain. By climbing the skeletal arms, one could travel along the bones of the titanic corpse. If they could survive the journey, of course, which very few could. The seemingly endless white plain where Nephi stood was actually the skeleton's breastbone. She had led the fire keepers here, climbing up the shattered left arm of the ancient corpse, fighting her way across its vast collar bone, and making progress south over the past 2 weeks. The progress was slow because they could not fly the chain breaker here. It was too dangerous. There were 3 ways of traversing Godgrave, ranging from deadly to absolutely lethal. The most suicidal one was to move across the ground, which was shrouded in twilight and covered by a carpet of ash. The death zones were regions of the dream realm where great, cursed, and unholy nightmare creatures dwelled, and in this death zone, the deadliest things were hiding beneath the ash. Anyone who stepped on it was doomed to be consumed. The second way was not much better. It was to travel in the great hollows of the titanic bones, hidden from the sky. The hollows were the safest place in Godgrave. And for that reason, they were home to an entire ecosystem of harrowing nightmare creatures and tainted flora, all hungering for the taste of human souls. Fighting through that monstrous jungle that thrived within the inconceivable skeleton was just as suicidal. The last way was to traverse the surface of the ancient bones. Here, there were fewer dreadful abominations, and those who did prowl the surface were a bit less powerful. But that was for a reason as well. The reason was that Godgrave had a peculiar nature. There were no nights here, and the sky was constantly shrouded by a veil of clouds. If the veil was broken, though, revealing the radiant white sky, anything that moved under the open sky was immediately erased from existence, turning into scattering ash. There was no exception to the rule, and no salvation from the gaze of heaven. So that was why Nephi's and the fire keepers had spent 3 days without daring to move a muscle. They had been waiting for the torn clouds to hide the sky once again. And now that the gray veil was mended by the wind, they could continue on their mission to find the mysterious saint who was rumored to have made his home at the very edge of the titanic breastbone, right before the abyssal chasm leading to the skeleton's spine. The man known as the Lord of Shadows. Chapter 16. 08 Death Zone. Nephi studied the immaculately white bone plain in front of her for a few moments, then turned around and looked at the fire keepers. They were gracelessly sprawled on the ground, with pained expressions on their faces. Even with their powerful ascended bodies, it had not been easy to remain completely still for 3 long days. If there was one consolation, it was that nightmare creatures they had been fighting when the merciless skies revealed themselves were nothing but ash now. The fire keepers, meanwhile, had all survived. There was a reason why she had chosen this particular cohort to follow her into the Godgrave. The fire keepers were a fearsome force even now, when the number of awakened, masters, and saints had vastly increased. That was because each of them was an ascended, and a cohesive battle unit consisting of close to 50 seasoned masters could not be ignored by anyone. Not to mention that the Firekeepers were the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, and as such, could be easily called the most talented awakened warriors of their generation, all generations perhaps. These warriors were her personal army, and under her leadership, their brilliant glory and fame had grown explosively in the past 4 years. The ivory tower, the chain breaker, the crest of the Firekeepers, and her own name, Changing Star, had all become symbols of unrivaled virtue, valor, and excellence. Their names were known far and wide, all according to her conscious will and intent. The Firekeepers were her heralds and emissaries, but each was also a heroic figure in their own right. Still, some of them had more renown than others. The 7 masters in front of her had once been Cassie's own cohort, and therefore they were a cut above the rest. That was not the reason why Nephis had chosen them for this mission, though. The real reason was that one of the members of the cohort, Erlas, possessed an aspect that could augment the endurance and stamina of his allies. Knowing what waited for them in Godgrave, she wanted to have his powers at hand for when the white void of the sky above the ancient corpse was revealed. As it turned out, her consideration had not been in vain. If not for his support, the last 3 days would have been much more torturous, and potentially fatal for the members of her retinue. Even Nephis had felt the strain. Nevertheless, there was no time to waste. Looking at the Firekeepers, she said evenly, "We have 5 minutes to recover, 5 more to drink water and eat. Then we continue south." Such a short span of time was not enough for them to rest their weary bodies, but it was better to relieve the fatigue on the move. The sky was not the only danger in this desolate bone expanse after all. "Yes, Lady Nephis." The Firekeepers groaned as they started to move. Storage memories were summoned, water and field rations were hastily consumed. Shim, the leader of the cohort, used his healing powers to help the less resilient members recover faster. They were seasoned veterans and did not need her to tell them what to do. Nephis used the short rest to quench her thirst as well. By the time the 10 minutes she had given her subordinates ran out, the bone plane was already starting to move. "Ready your weapons, forward." As she started to walk, the Firekeepers followed her. Although the sun-bleached bones of the dead god, or whatever the ancient skeleton had been, once seemed like a continuous surface of solid white, in truth, they were littered with cracks and fissures. The deepest of those cracks led to the great hollows within the titanic bones, and the inner hell hidden in their horrid expanse. Merely 10 minutes after the veil of clouds had been mended, those cracks exploded with life. Tendrils of vibrant red moss and vermilion grass spread from them, devouring the flawlessly white surface of the ancient bones. Swarms of tiny nightmare creatures were instantly born, hunting each other as they moved between the stalks of grass. That was only the beginning. Since everything that moved under the merciless gaze of the white sky was instantly incinerated, the abominable life thriving in Godgrave had adapted to its whims. There was no way to predict when the veil of clouds would be torn, and how long it would take for the stormy barrier to repair itself. Therefore, everything here lived at incredible speed. The red moss, the vermilion grass, the tiny nightmare creatures, and the larger abominations that were yet to be born, all of them were in a hurry to be born, grow, consume, and propagate before turning to ash. The white plain was bare and featureless a few minutes ago, but in an hour or two, it would be teeming with horrid life. If the veil of clouds was not broken for the next several days, Godgrave would come to look as if the infernal subterranean jungle had escaped the great hollows. By then, the most harrowing of the surface hunters would have been born and reached maturity, making the surface of the bones almost as dangerous as their inner expanse. But even now, Nephi's and the fire keepers were already in danger. The predatory vegetation and the swarms of tiny critters were enough to envelop and devour a legion of masters. This was the death zone. Watching a sea of red slowly surround them, crawling closer with each moment, Nephi silently raised her sword. Prepare. As she brandished the silver sword, a wave of sparks exploded from where its tip scraped against the surface of the white bone. A moment later, each of the sparks exploded with a thundering roar, and a flood of white flame was unleashed into the world. The wave of fire rolled forward and enveloped a wide swath of the red grass, incinerating countless vermin in an instant. It did not stop there, though. Following Neph's will, the flames moved, turning into a wide ring around the fire keepers. Then it spread in all directions like a flash fire, flooding the air with heat and ash. Soon, the vast bone plain had turned into a terrible white inferno. Chapter 16. 09 Reclusive Saint white flames danced across the bone plain, incinerating the vermilion grass and the swarms of tiny abominations that had just been born moments ago. Unbearable heat assaulted the cohort of the fire keepers, and the air was suddenly full of swirling ash. The eyes of their lady burned in the haze like two cold stars. Mounts! A whirlwind of ethereal sparks surrounded the cohort, soon forming into 8 bestial echoes. Each of them was unique, but shared a common trait: most of these echoes were not powerful enough to be of aid in a fierce battle. However, they were fast and could be ridden, serving the fire keepers as mounts. Many masters spent considerable time hunting down suitable types of dormant nightmare creatures to procure such echoes. The braver ones hunted awakened abominations, while some lucky ones even had ascended beasts as their steeds. Nephi's was the exception to the rule, since the steel stallion she had summoned was an artificial echo created by the enchanters of the great clan Valor. Being the adopted daughter of a sovereign had its advantages, even if the royal gifts came with an insurmountable cost. Forward! The 8 echoes formed into a wedge and rushed across the burning plain, swiftly moving south. The sea of flames parted in front of them and then rolled forward, protecting the flanks of the formation. Nephi's rode at the head of the wedge, looking ahead with a focused expression. Her sword had changed form, turning into a silver lance. The fire keepers were ready for battle, too. Despite the wall of fire that surrounded them, no one dared to lower their guard, and for a good reason. Soon, Shakti and Urlas, the archers of the cohort, drew their bows and let enchanted arrows loose. There were larger shadows moving behind the wall of flame, surrounded by ash, since the inhabitants of Godgrave had had more time to be born and grow here. From that moment, their advance turned into a tense and perilous affair. Nephi sustained the rolling curtain of flame, preventing the cohort from being consumed by the red grass, and led the charge. The fire keepers met whatever nightmare creature the death zone threw at them with calm coordination. There were no great abominations on the surface of the ancient skeleton, at least not that soon after the white sky had wiped the slate clean. So, it was well within their ability to handle the onslaught of newborn monstrosities. Granted, the fire keepers were far more able than most masters. It was to the point that Nephi's had time to think without having to concentrate entirely on the battle. After a while, she thought silently, "Cassie." A few moments later, Cassie's voice resounded in her head, as if the blind seer was there by her side, whispering into her ear. Yes, Cassie's powers had changed and grown after Transcendence, as well. Her dormant ability now allowed the blind girl to learn more about the people and creatures she perceived. Her awakened ability allowed her to sense longer into the future. Her ascended ability not only allowed her to perceive the world through other people's senses, but also to communicate with those she had marked. So, Cassie was like a spider waiting at the heart of a vast web. Even Nephi's did not know how many people throughout the two worlds were serving as her eyes and ears, just that there were many, scattered around both the waking world and the dream realm. Some of the spies in the blind seer's network were willing agents, while others did not even know that they had been marked. The latter consumed more of Cassie's soul essence, sadly. Regardless, her ability to gather information was an incredible boon to them. It was just that Nephi's frowned slightly. The nature of her friend's power had changed subtly after the third nightmare. From what Cassie had shared, it seemed like her ability to receive visions of the future was compromised somehow, making them strange and chaotic. Cassie herself had begun to act strangely sometimes as well. Nephi's was concerned. Turning her steel steed slightly to avoid a large crack in the white bone, she thought, "Tell me about this Lord of Shadows again." The man she had been sent to negotiate with was more than a little mysterious. There were many more saints in the world now, true, however. It was still strange for an independent Trancendent to exist out there, especially one whose origin and background were entirely unknown. Not to mention one powerful enough to not only survive in the Godgrave, but also make it his home. Cassie remained silent for a few moments. Then her voice resounded once again, whispering into Neph's ear. "Not much is known about him, really. What we do know comes from a dozen sleepers who were unfortunate enough to be sent to Godgrave last year. They were all rescued by a mysterious saint and brought to a citadel under his control. The saint did not speak with them much and was rather aloof. In fact, some of them even describe him as sinister and frightening." Nephi's had already heard all of this, of course. However, there was no harm in going over what they knew once more, just in case there was some hint she had missed. After a momentary pause, Cassie continued, "He has to be strong, considering where his citadel is located. The sleepers also confirmed that his aspect has to do with shadows, and that he commands several powerful echoes. Apart from that, there's very little information about him." Instead of allowing the sleepers to place their anchors in his citadel, the Lord of Shadows escorted them out of Godgrave and sent them on the path to one of Song's strongholds. Nephi's frowned. So he might be friendly with Clan Song. Cassie lingered for a bit. Both Valor and Song have their eyes on Godgrave, considering that it is most likely to become the main battlefield of their war. How can they not? So understandably, both domains are very interested in a powerful saint dwelling in the depths of this deadly region. Actually, Valor is not the first clan to try recruiting the Lord of Shadows. Neph's gaze darkened. "Is it true that they sent?" Cassie's answer came swiftly. "Indeed, they sent Mordred, well, one of his bodies at least. However, he failed to persuade the Lord of Shadows to swear allegiance to the Queen of Worms. If the Prince of Nothing had succeeded, Nephi's would not have been sent to find the reclusive saint. But how had he failed? It is strange, though, isn't it? I doubt that Mordred would have simply accepted a refusal. He would have definitely tried to consume that saint if persuading him was impossible." Cassie's voice changed slightly. "That is the most interesting part. It is not confirmed, of course, but from what we managed to learn, Mordred was actually defeated. His vessel was destroyed." Nephi's took a deep breath. Is there really someone else capable of defeating that monster? She had once fought against Soul Stealer, after all. So, Nephi's knew better than anyone what Saint Mordred was really capable of. In fact, that man was no less of a plague than Skinwalker, whom most of humanity lived in constant terror of. If Lord of Shadows was really capable of fighting against the Prince of Nothing, Neph's calm gray eyes gleamed coldly as she contemplated the future. Chapter 16:10. Land of Shadows. They crossed most of the remaining distance to the edge of the breastbone plain that day. Night never graced Godgrave with its presence, but anywhere else, the sun would have already been rolling toward the horizon. It was never dark in this strange and terrible place. The gray sky shone with diffused light, and white bone was colored here and there by fields of vibrant vermilion grass, or rather, It was never supposed to be dark. Nephi slowed her steed as she peered into the distance, a complicated expression appearing on her face. "What is that?" Out there, far away, it was as though someone had dropped a can of black paint on the world. The darkness, which was not supposed to exist in Godgrave, swallowed the plain, and the scattered light of the stormy sky was powerless against it. The deep shadows persisted, unperturbed by the bright daylight around them. How is this possible? Soon, they drew closer to the wall of darkness. Strangely enough, there were much fewer abominations in this area of the titanic skeleton, and even the scarlet flora seemed scarcer. It was as though even the nightmare creatures were wary of the land of shadows. Nephi's frowned slightly, not showing her hesitation to the fire keepers. "Advance slowly." As they proceeded further, the light slowly dimmed, and the growths of red grass became smaller and smaller until they disappeared entirely. Soon they were surrounded by nothing but impenetrable darkness, with only Neph's eyes shining in it like small stars. "Stop!" She remained silent for a moment, listening to the silence, then said evenly, "Dismount." The fire keepers jumped down from their echoes, dismissing them into a rain of sparks. Their surroundings were illuminated for a few moments, and by the time the sparks dissipated into nothingness, they had already summoned enchanted lanterns. A flood of stark white light flooded the dark land. However, it seemed weak and faltering, barely able to force the deep, dark shadows to recede a little. Nevertheless, Nephi's did see something now that the luminous memories pushed the darkness back. A few meters away from them, a massive carcass was laying on the ground, its grotesque bones towering above the plain. The creature must have been enormous once, but now it was broken and dead. What killed it? Nephi's walked over to the carcass and studied it for a few moments, spending a bit more time looking at the clean cut where the monster's head had been severed. "Lady Nephi's, what do you think?" She lingered for a while, then shook her head. "The head was severed by a sword, but something had gnawed on the bones. There are teeth marks everywhere, and by the look of it, the creature's flesh was devoured by something large. Most importantly," her expression grew a little somber, "considering where we are, this carcass must belong to a great nightmare creature. Had it been killed by the Lord of Shadows? If so, the rumors of his power might not be exaggerated. Many saints were capable of slaying great beasts, but very few could finish such a powerful abomination with one strike." Nephi's was about to say something else, but at that moment, a terrifying roar tore apart the silence. Something was rushing toward them from the darkness. The fire keepers instantly assumed a battle formation. Shem and Sid moved forward, raising their shields. Gantry and Gorn took positions a step behind and to the side of them, while Shukti and Urlas hid behind the melee fighters while summoning their arrows. Lastly, Kaor moved to the rear of the cohort, ready to defend his comrades in case of an unexpected attack. Nephi's remained where she stood, calmly looking into the darkness. Her lance had changed form once again, turning back into a longsword. "Be ready." They heard the sound of massive claws scraping against bone as the nightmare creature approached at high speed. Judging by that speed, the abomination was powerful. It was going to reach the fire keepers in a matter of seconds. Before it did, however, something rustled in the air, and they heard the familiar, gruesome sound of flesh being severed by sharp steel. Something crashed heavily onto the ground, and a moment later, a monstrous head rolled into the light, a river of blood spilling from its cut neck. One strike. Nephi's looked at the abomination's severed head for a split second, then turned to face the darkness. There, two crimson flames ignited, staring down at her. Then something walked out of the darkness and stopped at the edge of light, making the fire keepers tremble. What in the world? The graceful creature looked like a beautiful onyx statue that had come to life. Her fearsome black armor seemed to be carved from polished stone and forged according to an intricate, elegant design. The dark sword she was holding was smeared in blood, radiating a sense of chilling, inescapable lethality. The The demonic statue towered above Nephi's and the fire keepers, much higher than even Effie was, observing them with cold indifference. There was no hostility in her gaze, but also no benevolence. She was clearly not human. However, the living statue did not seem like a nightmare creature either. She was more like a transcendent echo, a saint. However, Nephi's had never met an echo. Or a saint, really, who exerted so much pressure on her. The graceful knight's onyx body radiated a sense of vast, dreadful power, and the menacing crimson flames dancing in her ruby eyes were full of strange, inhuman will. She was strong. In fact, if Nephi's was not here and the strange creature decided to attack the fire keepers, they would most likely all perish under her blade. The question was, would the living statue attack them or not? As Nephi's looked at the demonic knight calmly, ready for both outcomes, the beautiful onyx statue lowered her sword and turned away, then beckoned for them to follow her with indifferent grace. Chapter 16:11. Nameless Temple. Nephi's and the fire keepers followed the onyx devil across the land of shadows. Their taciturn guide walked without looking back, her beautiful armor gleaming as it reflected the white light of their lanterns. The living statue's steps were neither slow nor hurried, her measured pace full of indifferent confidence. It was as though she was not afraid of the creatures hiding in the dark at all. Nephi's would have expected the steps of such a heavy creature to resound like thunderclaps in the dead silence, but they were entirely noiseless. She stared at the back of the mysterious stone knight, white flames dancing in her eyes. The fire keepers were tense and quiet, looking into the eerie darkness with wary expressions. What is going on? Nephi's was not troubled, but she did feel somewhat curious. A vast expanse of inexplicable darkness, the fearsome creature that had been sent to meet them. It was all hard to explain, and she rarely encountered things that escaped explanation. Cassie. There were a few moments of silence, and then the familiar voice resounded in the darkness, answering the question she had not asked. It is strange. Nephi's glanced at the beautiful stone demon and waited. Cassie continued after a short pause. She is a transcendent devil. Her soul is an impossible fusion of shadow, darkness, and divine flame. Her powers are those of a sword saint, however. She is not a simple echo. I don't know what she is. Nephi's nodded calmly. That is all right. I do. Indeed, it would have been strange if she had not recognized that fearsome stone-like armor, that cold presence, and those jewel eyes. The onyx devil was one of Nether's children, after all. They were what she looked up to in the depths of the second nightmare, drowning in despair as the darkness of the underworld crushed and suffocated her. The prideful beings who ruled the great caverns of the hollow mountains while she struggled to survive far below, at the edge of the abyss. In fact, the body she had inhabited was one of the countless flawed vessels that Nether had callously discarded before successfully creating the first of the stone saints. So, in a sense, the onyx devil was a more perfect version of what Nephi's used to be. But what was she doing here? Had some of Nether's children succumbed to corruption and survived until this day? Had the Lord of Shadows killed one of them? Nephi's tilted her head slightly. The stone saints had been known to command true darkness, each inheriting a spark of divinity from their creator as well. But why did this one possess an affinity to shadows? That was not in their nature. Did it have something to do with the aspect of the Lord of Shadows, and this lightless expanse around them? Had he somehow conjured it as well? Was it something that a mere transcendent could do? Her curiosity grew a little. Meanwhile, the beautiful onyx devil led them deeper and deeper into the darkness. Considering how difficult it must have been to chase away the deadly sunlight of Godgrave, Nephi's had not expected for this shadowy region to be expansive. But to her surprise, the land of shadows stretched for many kilometers in all directions without a hint of ending. Odd. The further they went, the more eerie their surroundings became. Because sunlight never reached here, There was nothing to incinerate the bones of slain nightmare creatures. Therefore, remains of powerful abominations appeared in sight from time to time, all devoid of flesh. At first there were few of them, but the deeper into the land of shadows the fire keepers ventured, the more and more skeletal remains they saw. Some of the abominations had been slain by sharp steel, some shattered and broken by brute force, some killed by strange means that she couldn't even guess. Eventually, it was as if they were walking across a terrible battlefield. The magnitude of slaughter that had transpired in this ominous place was nothing short of chilling. Even if all these powerful nightmare creatures had not been slain at the same time, what kind of person was capable of eviscerating this many dreadful abominations in the depths of a death zone? It seemed that there was a seed of truth in the ominous rumors about the dire power of the Lord of Shadows. In the end, it had taken almost half a day for the Onyx Devil to lead them to their destination. The signs of fierce battles that had transpired under the cover of darkness only grew more apparent. Almost 50 kilometers to reach the heart of his territory. Out there, in front of Nephi's, the breastbone plain abruptly ended, turning into a vast chasm. If she could pierce the darkness with her gaze, she would have seen the spine of the titanic skeleton far below. To her left and to her right in the distance, its ribs must be rising like mountains. Right ahead, though, illuminated by the light of their lanterns, a magnificent temple stood at the very edge of the abyss. Its colossal columns and walls were cut from black marble, with exquisite reliefs decorating the Stygian pediment and broad frieze. Beautiful and awesome, it looked like the palace of a dark god. In front of the palace, the ground was littered with countless bones. Most of the ancient edifice was hidden by darkness, but Nephi's felt oppressed by its solemn majesty nevertheless. She frowned slightly, feeling a shapeless presence gaze at her from behind the marble columns, and instinctively gripped the hilt of her sword. "Is this a citadel?" One of the fire keepers voiced her question in a tired and bewildered tone. Another answered warily, "It must be. Who could have built a temple in this place?" Nephi's remained silent, observing the dark temple somberly. She was not afraid of the Lord of Shadows, his Onyx Devil, and other secrets the mysterious saint could have been hiding. However, should the negotiations go badly, fighting a powerful enemy within the walls of their citadel was bound to be troublesome. It would be a shame for the citadel to be destroyed in the process, at least. Glancing at their beautiful demonic guide, Nephi smiled slightly and nodded. "Lead the way." The living statue lingered for a moment, then started climbing the steps of the temple. Nephi's and the fire keepers followed. Soon, they passed between the towering black columns and reached a grandiose hall. Its dark expanse was drowning in impenetrable shadows. Chapter 16:12. An audience with the Lord. The interior of the dark temple was drowning in deep shadows, and the enchanted lanterns of the fire keepers seemed even weaker in their cold embrace. The light emanating from the luminous memories flickered, barely able to illuminate a narrow circle around them. In fact, it was not even the shadows themselves. Neph's eyes narrowed when she felt the subtle presence of the being who was hiding in the depths of the hall wash over her like a tidal wave. Suddenly, the darkness around them seemed infinitely more dark, in turn making the light starker. Strong. While Nephi's was peering into the darkness, their silent guide walked to the side and turned around, resting the tip of her sword on the stone floor of the temple. It was as though the Onyx Devil assumed the position of an entrance guard. There was another strange sculpture on the other side of them. This one was at least 5 meters tall and resembled a four-armed fiend that had escaped from the depths of a fiery hell, his mighty body forged from polished black silver. The infernal troll had long, sharp spikes protruding from his steel carapace, as if he was made from countless shattered swords. No, not a sculpture. As the towering fiend moved slightly, the infernal flames burning in his eyes ignited with hungry malice. The fire-keepers grew tense under the gaze of the menacing giant. Nephi's remained unperturbed. A moment later, Cassie whispered into her ear, it is a supreme devil. His body is incredibly durable and almost immune to fire. Bothersome. Killing a supreme devil was not impossible, but this one seemed especially tough. Melting him down would be a chore, of course. There were ways to deal with such turtle-like enemies. It was just that fighting the towering fiend and the onyx devil at the same time would not be convenient. In fact, Nether's daughter felt more dangerous despite being of a lower rank. In any case, neither of them showed signs of wanting to attack the guests. They just stood motionlessly, as if inviting them to walk deeper into the temple. Nephi's passed between the two powerful monsters and did just that. The fire keepers followed, looking oppressed by the inhospitable darkness. When they reached the middle of the great hall, she stopped. In front of them, the shadows grew even deeper, and the light of the lantern simply drowned in them, disappearing without any effect. It seemed that the Lord of Shadows did not wish to be seen. Nephi sighed and looked up. She could feel something enormous moving in the darkness beyond, staring at her from incredible height. At the same time, a chilling sound resounded in the silence of the ancient temple, surrounding her and her warriors from all sides. Like the rustle of countless scales as they scratched against the ancient marble, it was as though a colossal serpent was slithering in the darkness, uncoiling its gargantuan body to raise its long neck and gaze upon them from the darkness. Not being able to see the giant creature was a little uncomfortable. Luckily, Cassie was there to help Nephi's know what she faced, a transcendent terror. Nephi's frowned. How many powerful servants does the master of this temple have? She was amused. Was the Lord of Shadows really independent? How come he had more powerful summons than she had then? Wasn't it a bit ridiculous? Granted, the great clan Valor did not treat its adopted daughter with nearly as much sincerity as it did Morgan. But still, it was not the quantity of these monsters that mattered. It was just that Nephi's could sense that each of them was far more ferocious and dangerous than any echo she had seen. Suddenly, she felt something very unexpected. A hint of sympathy for the Prince of Nothing. What about the Lord of Shadows himself? Cassie remained silent for a few moments. I don't sense anyone else. There is nobody there. But just as she said that, a cold voice suddenly resounded from the darkness, enveloping the fire keepers like a death knell. Nephi's of Valor, welcome. I did not expect to be visited by someone as exalted as the last daughter of the immortal flame. Sitting on a tall throne cut from black marble, Sunny looked down on Nephi's and her warriors. His face, hidden behind the polished black wood of Weaver's mask, was impassive. However, a storm of emotions was raging in his heart. Here in his territory, where the Nameless temple now stood, he was almost omniscient. That was because the Shadow Realm fragment enveloped a vast area around the citadel, allowing Sunny to perceive everything, everywhere, all at once. So he had been watching Saint guide Nephi's and the fire keepers to the doors of the temple all along. Sunny had thought that he would be ready to face her, but he had been wrong. Seeing her face, her lustrous silver hair, her beautiful gray eyes, the familiar stubborn resolve shining in their calm depths, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His heart was beating faster than when he had been facing that great demon. Looking at Nephi's from the darkness, Sunny remembered all the reasons he had come up with to spare himself the pain of being close to the members of his former cohort. At that moment, he understood one simple thing. I'm doomed. Because the moment he saw Nephi's, all reason was obliterated. What was good about being reasonable anyway? Hadn't he personally preached the benefits of being unreasonable before? Sunny took a deep breath and then leaned back, glancing at the huge head of the soul serpent hovering high above his throne. Then he lingered for a moment and said, keeping his voice calm and devoid of emotions. "Nephi's of valor, welcome. I did not expect to be visited by someone as exalted as the last daughter of the immortal flame." She stared into the darkness, then bowed slowly. "Greetings, Lord of Shadows. I hope you don't mind being addressed this way, or would you prefer I call you something else?" Sunny remained silent for a few moments. Eventually, he answered evenly, "I would not, but you can call me Shadow." Chapter 1613, Decent Proposal. "I would not, but you can call me Shadow." The voice of the man who called himself Shadow resounded in the lightless temple, making it seem as though the darkness itself had answered her question. That strangely elusive voice was cold and aloof, devoid of any emotion, and yet there was a hint of arrogance to it. Nephi's frowned subtly. Now that the introductions were out of the way, it was time to announce the purpose of her visit. However, she was at a disadvantage. The master of the Dark Temple seemed to know everything about her, and yet she knew close to nothing about him. Even Cassie, whose gaze could pierce countless mysteries, seemed to be entirely blind to the existence of the Lord of Shadows. Granted, Nephi's had some idea about his true identity. The darkness spoke again, its voice remaining emotionless. "To what do I owe the honor of being in the presence of Lady Changing Star? What do you want with me?" Nephi's hesitated for a moment, thinking. She had been sent to persuade a powerful saint to join the banner of the King of Swords. However, having reached his citadel, Nephi's had to reevaluate her opinion of the Lord of Shadows. He was not merely powerful. No, he was one of those few like herself who were beyond the ordinary definitions of power. Now that Nephi's had seen the vast expanse of inexplicable darkness, the bones of dreadful abominations hidden in its tenebrous embrace, the solemn edifice of the Dark Temple, and the creatures that guarded it, she knew that the Lord of Shadows had not survived in Godgrave by luck, or by having an aspect that was uniquely suited for living in this harrowing environment. Rather, he had survived here through strength, which only made him more desirable. Of course, there were still many unknowns about the enigmatic saint. Nephi's could not be sure of what his powers truly were. The fierce creatures that served him were neither echoes nor nightmare creatures, so they could have been manifested by his aspect, like the hideous reflections of the Prince of Nothing were, or subjugated like those abominations that Beastmaster ruled. It was unclear how strong the man himself was, or if his aspect had any application in direct combat. It was also unknown where he had come from, and how he managed to become a saint without leaving any traces of himself in either of the two worlds. And yet, Nephi's had a strong suspicion. Awakened who possessed affinity to shadows were exceedingly rare, let alone those who were truly powerful. Meanwhile, 5 of the 6 divine lineages had already been reclaimed by humans. Immortal Flame were the inheritors of Sun God, Valor were the inheritors of War God, Song were the inheritors of Beast God, Night were the inheritors of Storm God, and finally, Asterion was the sole inheritor of Heart God. One last lineage remained unclaimed. No one had been able to find and inherit the blood of Shadow God. So, this man, a saint of immense power that had come out of nowhere, wielding authority over shadows, was he the proof that the last divine lineage had finally revealed itself? If so, why now? What did it mean? One thing was certain. Nephi's had to change her approach since her preconceived notions had been proven wrong. In this dark temple, her power and exalted status didn't mean much because the man she wanted to persuade possessed the same power and could claim the same status should he wish to do so. She had to treat the Lord of Shadows as an equal. Nephi's smiled slightly. "Then, Lord Shadow, I won't be coy. You asked me what I want. It's simple." She paused for a moment, then added in her usual impassive tone, "I want you." She could hear the fire keepers shift behind her. One of them even seemed to choke, coughing loudly in the dead silence of the dark temple. His coughing somewhat spoiled the solemn atmosphere of her serious proposal. The Lord of Shadow did not respond immediately either. Well, of course. He must be carefully considering the benefits and disadvantages of pledging his allegiance to the sword domain. I wouldn't expect anything else. However, the silence stretched for longer than she had expected. I see. He must be contemplating very deeply. Nephis was nothing if not patient, so she waited patiently, giving the enigmatic saint time to seriously consider his decision. After a while, the Lord of Shadows spoke again, his elusive voice sounding a little flat. "What exactly do you mean?" Nephis was slightly taken aback, but masterfully hid her confusion. Had she not been clear? "Allow me to clarify then. I, Changing Star, invite you to join the alliance of transcendent warriors and serve under the banner of the King of Swords, protecting and expanding the domain of humanity in the dream realm as one of his champions." She lingered for a moment and then added, "I trust I do not need to list the benefits of pledging allegiance to one of those who have achieved supremacy. These details can be discussed later anyway. Resources, assistance, powerful memories and echoes, soul shards. Nothing is out of the question. You won't be undervalued, Lord Shadow. No one survives in the dream realm alone, after all." There were a few moments of silence, and then the cold voice resounded from the darkness once again. "Ah, thank you for the clarification." Nephis tilted her head a little. What else did he think I meant? Had she said something odd again? No, it shouldn't be. Nephis frowned slightly. She thought she had done rather well. The problem was most likely that the emissary of song must have offered all the same things to the Lord of Shadows, if not more. And yet they had been refused. While she was contemplating, a cold laughter resounded in the dark temple, traveling across the great hall like wind. The fire keepers shivered, gripping their weapons tighter. A few moments later, Shadow's voice came from the darkness, finally showing a hint of emotion. "Oh. So you want me to join forces with the great clan Valor for the benefit of humanity? I see. You must be sincere, then. Surely, it has nothing to do with the impending war between the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms. Surely, it is not because your side wants to use me as a weapon in that war. And surely, you have no ambition to subjugate Godgrave with my help to gain control over the future battlefield." The master of the Dark Temple chuckled again and then said, his sinister voice growing even colder, "You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you, Lady Changing Star?" At the same time, the enormous creature hiding in the darkness shifted slightly, filling the great hall with the chilling sound of rustling scales. Chapter 16:14. Lord's challenged Sonny felt glad that his face was hidden behind Weaver's mask and shrouded in impenetrable darkness. That was because he might not have controlled his expression very well in the last few minutes. One of his other two avatars might have even stumbled out of nowhere, somewhere far away. Those lazy guys, luckily, he regained his composure swiftly. "Damn it, Neph." The echo of his last words was still traveling across the nameless temple when Nephis frowned slightly. Sonny had just accused her of trying to deceive him in a rather threatening tone. He even commanded Serpent to make a bit of noise to add some weight to his perceived displeasure. What would her reaction be? Unexpectedly, a subtle smile bloomed on Neph's face and her eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "I see that you are better informed than I presumed, Lord Shadow. Good. That saves me a lot of trouble." Sonny was stunned for a moment. That was not the reaction he had expected. "Shameless. She's completely shameless." Nephis, meanwhile, put her hand on the hilt of her sword and looked up a little. "Since you already know that the war is inevitable and that it will happen here in Godgrave, you must also realize that you can't escape it. One way or the other, you will be implicated in the clash between the two domains. So, unless you want to abandon your citadel and flee into the waking world, you might as well choose a side. In fact, I think that you already have." Sonny scowled, staring at her with displeasure. How the hell does she know? Of course, He had intended to insinuate his way into a high position of the Sword Domain's army from the very start. That was why he had established the Nameless temple in Godgrave and waited for the emissaries of valor to take the bait. But Nephi's had no way of guessing that. Sonny shook his head in the darkness and asked, keeping his voice devoid of emotions. "Have I?" Nephi's nodded. "You must have. After all, you have already refused the emissary of Clan Song. Since you have shown no desire to join the other side, only one choice remains. It's us." Sonny remained silent for a while. Then, grabbing the armrests of his throne, he leaned forward and asked, his voice suffused with an insidious undertone, "Says who?" She stared into the darkness with a hint of confusion on her beautiful alabaster face. "What?" Sonny smiled. "Who said that I refused the emissary of Clan Song? I did not." Which was, of course, a lie. He could not say a word of truth while wearing Weaver's mask, and this avatar of his almost never took it off. The Lord of Shadows was meant to attract the attention of those with great power, after all the while keeping Sonny's secret safe. This time, however, it had worked to his advantage. Neff's expression remained the same, but he could feel the pressure she exerted growing sharper. Right now, she was probably considering whether the Nameless temple was a death trap. With Saint and Fiend behind her, the path to escape was cut off. In front of her were Sonny and the Soul Serpent. Nightmare and the shapeless guardian of the temple were close as well. Nevertheless, Nephi's maintained her composure. Facing the wall of impenetrable darkness in front of her, she asked calmly, "You didn't?" Sonny sighed quietly and leaned back. From here onward, he had to sell himself to Nephi's while making her think that she was the one insisting on making the purchase. People did not value that which came into their possession too easily, after all. If Sonny wanted to be treated as a precious ally instead of a cheap tool, he had to make Clan Valor think that they had been extremely lucky to gain his support. He remained silent for a moment. "I did not refuse the generous offer of the illustrious Clan Song. However, perhaps I didn't accept it either. Instead, I gave the emissary Kai Song sent a chance to win my allegiance. I despise the idea of fighting side by side with those weaker than me, you see," Sonny smiled. "So I'll give you the same chance, Lady Changing Star. If any of you emissaries of valor manage to leave a scratch on my armor, I'll accept your proposal. What do you say?" Nephi's did not answer immediately, contemplating his offer. Eventually she asked, "A duel, which one of us do you want to fight?" He chuckled. "Any of you, all of you, it doesn't matter. I won't even use my aspect. Instead, I'll crush you with pure skill." A corner of Neff's mouth twisted upward. "Arrogant," Sonny laughed, noticing the Fire Keepers tremble at the cold sound of his sinister laughter. "Arrogant? Oh, on the contrary, I am being modest." He was in a strangely good mood. The truth of the matter was that Sonny missed the feeling of fighting against humans. He had very few opportunities to fight a proper duel in recent years. The deadly reaches of the dream realm he had explored were full of all kinds of harrowing nightmare creatures. He had faced and killed countless abominations, coming very close to being killed by them instead on numerous occasions. Those battles had been fierce, terrible, painful, and sometimes exhilarating. But the exhilaration of facing a dreadful monster was different from the joy and delight of facing a skilled human opponent in battle. The artistry of combat was lost on most nightmare creatures. The Fire Keepers, though, Sonny knew these people well. Each of them was a brilliant fighter. Even though they were mere masters, if he held back a little, clashing with them promised to be very satisfying. And then, of course, there was Nephi's herself, a genius swordsman who had taken the legacy left behind by her legendary father, Broken Sword, and elevated it to new heights. His former teacher, rival, and partner. How could Sonny not feel excited at the thought of crossing swords with her again? As he was thinking about that, Nephi stared into the darkness for a few moments and then nodded decisively. "All right, I accept." Chapter 16:15 Grand Entrance. There was movement in the darkness. Nephi's could not see it, but she felt the shadows that drowned the great hall of the ancient temple shift and surge, as if celebrating the arrival of their master. The fire keepers behind her tensed, looking up with somber expressions. Thud. A heavy sound resounded, followed by another. It seemed that someone was descending from an unseen dais, the weight of their unhurried footsteps echoing in the lightless hall like an ill omen. Suddenly, the enchanted lanterns ignited with bright radiance, chasing away the darkness, as if they were finally allowed to shine. As soon as they did, a dark figure stepped into the light, the shadows shrouding it like a mantle. Even Nephi's, who rarely felt fear, sensed a slight chill at the sight of the Lord of Shadows. She didn't quite know why. The man in front of her was as elusive as his voice. His figure was encased in a fearsome onyx armor, its polished surface glistening like black glass. His features were hidden behind a mask of a fierce demon, nothing but darkness dwelling in the narrow slits of its eyes, as if there was no human face behind the mask, and no human flesh beneath the intricate black armor. Just a formless shadow. Strangely enough, Nephi's could not say how tall the man was exactly, but it felt as if he dwarfed everyone in the ancient temple, looking down at them with cold, malevolent arrogance. He was unarmed. Nephi studied the Lord of Shadows calmly. "Cassie," the blind seer answered after a moment of silence, "I can see him through your eyes, but I still can't sense him. It's like there's nothing but emptiness where a man should be." Nephi's felt a bit dejected. It seemed that she had grown too used to enjoying the amazing boon of having Cassie serve as her eyes and ears. The great advantage of information superiority had spoiled her. This time, though, she would not be able to know what her opponent's attributes, abilities, and hidden cards were in advance. Well, it was for the best, then, that Shadow had offered to duel her and the Fire Keepers. She would learn what he was capable of firsthand. Showing no emotion, she looked at the fearsome saint and took several unhurried steps back. At the same time, the Fire Keepers moved forward, facing him. The Lord of Shadows tilted his head a little. "What, you are not going to fight Changing Star?" His cold voice sounded almost disappointed. Nephi shook her head. "You've challenged all of us, haven't you? But I don't draw my sword for just anyone. Prove yourself first, Lord Shadow." The unnerving black mask stared at her for a few moments, and then the elusive voice resounded once again, full of cold indifference. "No matter, you there, come all at once." As he said these words, the Lord of Shadows raised a hand. The darkness flowed from the floor, assuming a long and sinister shape. A few moments later, a great odachi formed from the shadows, its curving blade so black that it seemed to devour light. Disturbed, the Fire Keepers moved forward. 7 Fire Keepers. Sunny remained calm, but he also felt a little tense. Of course, there was no question that he could crush a cohort of masters without breaking a sweat, no matter how seasoned and talented they were. But how could he put it? He might have allowed himself to be carried away, a little, while acting out the role of the cold and mysterious Lord of Shadows. Not only had he promised to avoid using his aspect, but he also set a ridiculous condition for his loss. Defeating the enemy was easy, but doing so while not receiving a single scratch on his armor was not. Of course, Sunny had no intention of winning to begin with. He just wanted to put on a good show and lose gracefully, thus laying the necessary groundwork for infiltrating the war machine of the sword domain. However, the person he needed to impress was Nephi's, and now he had to deal with the Fire Keepers first to cross swords with her. Should I cheat? He considered the idea for a moment, then discarded it. That would not be any fun. Sunny studied the 7 masters that were surrounding him. Shim, Shakti, Kaor, Sid, Gorn, Gantry, and Urlaz. He knew them well. Shim, a young man wielding a shield and a spear, was the healer who led the cohort. Strangely enough, he was also the most skilled and lethal warrior among them. That was because, back on the Forgotten Shore, he had been one of Gemma's pathfinders. an elite who had survived countless hunts in the Dark City. Gorn, Gantry, and Erlas had been among the hunters of the Bright Castle. Gorn was tall, immensely strong, and possessed an aspect that allowed him to manifest an additional pair of hands, preferring to use two greatswords in battle. Gantry usually fought with a heavy battle axe and was able to sharpen his weapons with his aspect ability. Erlas was a skilled archer capable of enhancing the resilience and stamina of his allies. Sid, a young woman with dirty blonde hair, had been a hunter in the outer settlement. The fact that she had survived there was a testament to her skill and tenacity, and her aspect greatly augmented her physical strength in short but devastating bursts. She was armed with a sword and a shield. Finally, there were Shakti and Kaor. Both had been artisans in the Bright Castle, possessing potent utility aspects. Shakti's had to do with plants, while Kaor's had to do with carpentry. The former was a deadly archer as well, while the latter was a jack-of-all-trades who usually guarded the rear of the cohort. All seven were elites even among masters, and their ability to work together was second to none. Placing the Odachi that he had manifested from the shadows on his shoulder, Sunny smiled behind his mask. This is going to be fun. Chapter 16:16. Blade of Shadows. Sunny had never stopped fighting, sharpening his mastery of combat to a sublime level. He had already been one of the most seasoned warriors of humanity 4 years ago, mostly because very few had it as rough as he had it on the Forgotten Shore and in the Antarctic Center. But the last 4 years had not been easy on him, either. Crossing the Hollow Mountains alone had given him more battle experience than most awakened would receive in their lifetime. So now, he had a solid reason to be supremely confident in his ability. That said, there was a difference between fighting nightmare creatures and fighting humans. Sunny had mostly been doing the former recently, so the latter he was a bit rusty. As the firekeepers surrounded him, Sunny observed them silently. Now that they were masters, each possessed one additional aspect ability. Gorn not only had 4 arms but also expanded in size, towering above the floor at almost 3 meters in height. Gantry seemed to have augmented his body, somehow making it more durable. More nimble, or simply more powerful, he was going to find out shortly. Erlas, meanwhile, was enhancing the physical state of each member of the cohort. His powers had been mainly focused on endurance and stamina before. What about now? Sid was bound to do something unpredictable as well. Shim, Shakti, and Kaor all possessed non-combat aspect, so guessing their powers was of less importance. Still, they could be full of surprises. There were the memories the firekeepers wielded to consider as well. Sunny felt a pang of regret for setting such strict restrictions for himself. But still, he was looking forward to it. A real clash of skill, cunning, and competence. He had missed it a lot. What are you waiting for? Before the echo of his cold voice had time to disappear, the firekeepers attacked. The 2 archers opened the battle, instantly letting 2 arrows loose. They were showing decorum, too, since it was a friendly duel. His opponents refrained from using truly destructive memories inside the citadel. Sunny did not augment himself with any of his 3 shadows. Being a Trancendent already gave him a great advantage as far as physical prowess and the intricacy of essence control went, so it was unnecessary. Shifting slightly, he dodged both arrows with the minimum effort. One seemed to possess a homing enchantment, turning sharply to strike him in the back, but was tossed aside by the flat of the Black Odachi's blade. At that moment, the melee fighters of the ascended cohort were already upon him. They coordinated their attacks seamlessly, using the arrow salvo to cover their advance. Perfect teamwork. Shim and Sid were the spearheads aimed at his chest and back. Gorn and Gantry, who wielded longer weapons and had a wider reach, attacked from behind them at the same time. There was a ceiling to a numerical advantage, since space was limited, and only a few people could target a single opponent simultaneously. But by using this simple formation, the Fire Keepers effortlessly increased that limit. There was no way for Sunny to block and deflect 4 attacks that came from different directions with a single sword. So, he didn't. Instead, he removed himself from the path of the enemy weapons, deflecting Shim's spear and Gantry's heavy axe in the process. Using explosive footwork, Sunny escaped the encirclement and used the bodies of the Fire Keepers to block their comrades from chasing after him. Then he lashed out with a probing attack. Sharp steel sang in the dark expanse of the Nameless temple. Interesting. Sunny's smile widened under Weaver's mask. The Fire Keepers had not wasted these 4 years either. He had known that Valor had used Nephi's and her personal battle force like a sledgehammer, endlessly sending them to put out one fire after another. It was almost as if they were being repeatedly sent to death, but stubbornly refused to die. As a result, their lethality reached chilling levels. Of course, he could have crushed them easily if he wished to. The gap between saints and masters was already vast, and Sunny was a singular existence even among saints to boot. But with the limitations he had put on himself, the Fire Keepers were a challenging adversary, especially because he could not allow himself to be hit even once. Plus, he had chosen to only use a single battle style against them, Morgan's own battle style to be precise. The sharp, deadly, and ruthless technique she used was representative of how warriors of valor fought, not even becoming one with their weapons, but instead treating themselves as weapons. So it wasn't easy. It was exhilarating, though. Damnation. More. There were a few tense moments when the unexpected facets of the ascended abilities of his enemies revealed themselves. There were several interesting enchantments their memories possessed as well. But Sunny still managed to evade, block, or deflect all their attacks in the most efficient and economical manner. He didn't make any big moves, using the least amount of motion possible in every situation. And all the while, he was studying how the Fire Keepers fought, solving their battle styles and their teamwork like a puzzle. And when that puzzle was solved, the dynamic of the battle changed abruptly. The Lord of Shadows was indeed like a shadow. Swift, elusive, and insidious, he moved across the black marble of the great hall with stunning speed and flawless precision, effortlessly deflecting the rain of blows that the Fire Keepers unleashed upon him. His black Odachi seemed to have a life of its own, flowing like a stream of darkness. A weapon of that length was supposed to be, if not unwieldy, then at least less maneuverable than a shorter blade. And yet, the Odachi was always exactly where it needed to be, effectively creating an impenetrable barrier of steel around its cold-hearted master. It was not because of his speed, strength, or mystical power. Instead, it was pure foresight and pure skill, both sharpened and tempered until they became a lethal weapon. Nephi's observed the movements of the Lord of Shadows silently. The Fire Keepers, who had gone through countless battles by her side, fought well. They fought bravely. They fought with great skill and cunning, proving that their glorious fame was well earned. And yet she had guessed the result of the duel almost as soon as it started. Soon, the cadence of the battle shifted. The Lord of Shadows, who had been defending against the barrage of attacks, suddenly abandoned all pretenses of defense. Instead, he easily shrugged off a squall of steel and moved through it, attacking the Fire Keepers before they could even react. It was almost as if he was dancing. The black Odachi hissed like a snake as it cut the air. It struck Shim in the chest, sending him flying back. A split second later, Sid's shield was pushed aside, and her breastplate caved as the young woman toppled with a short yelp. Gantry was struck by the pommel of the Odachi almost at the same moment, swaying once before falling down. By the time his back hit the floor, Gorn was already on his knees, both of his greatswords sliding away. The Lord of Shadows was among them. A moment later, he had already reached the 2 archers. Crap! Kaor, who was supposed to protect them, was tossed back with one unhurried blow of the demonic swordsman's fist. Shakti and Erlas attempted to retreat, but both were sent to the ground before taking a single step. From start to finish, the duel between the Lord of Shadows and the Fire Keepers had taken a couple of minutes. However, they had all been defeated in just 2 seconds. It was as though the master of the ancient temple was telling them, "Look, I could have ended you all any time I wanted." White sparks ignited in Nef's eyes. "Beautiful." The Lord of Shadows stopped and calmly put the spine of the black Odachi on his shoulder. His fearsome mask remained the same, eerie and devoid of any emotion. The Fire Keepers groaned as they slowly picked themselves up from the floor. "Is that all?" His voice was still the same, cold and impassive. Nephi smiled slightly and finally unsheathed her sword. "You haven't defeated all of us yet, have you?" He tilted his head a little, staring at her with arrogant indifference. Well, Nephi's thought that those were his emotions. In truth, there was no way to know what was hiding behind that fearsome mask, if there was anything behind it at all. The Lord of Shadows slowly lowered his Odachi and gripped its hilt with both hands. "Stop wasting my time, then." Nephi's took a step forward. That mask, why did it look so familiar? Chapter 16-17. Duel of the Saints. Sunny held his Odachi lightly as he watched Nephi's take unhurried steps in his direction. The familiar white flames were dancing in her eyes, but what was this? As he walked, the same sparks ignited in the eyes of the 7 Fire Keepers. A moment later, their bodies shone with a soft white radiance, and the bruises and contusions left on them by his restrained blows disappeared without a trace. Expressions of gratitude and relief appeared on their faces, and at the same time, Nef's own face grew colder. Since when can she heal others from a distance? Before he could consider the implications of that unexpected turn of events, her sword left the enchanted scabbard with a quiet murmur. Its mirror-like blade was as black as the night sky, the light of the magical lanterns reflecting in it like distant stars. He knew that sword well, or rather, he had known it once. The silver blade was a transcendent memory of the 7th tier Nephis had received after slaying Soul Stealer. It was a mighty weapon, and had been made mightier still by Sunny himself. He had transplanted a supreme soul shard as one of its nodes, augmenting the fundamental enchantment of the silver blade. But now it was different. Sunny frowned behind the mask when he noticed a familiar symbol branded into the mystical steel just above the crossguard. An anvil pierced through by a sword. Had one of the forgemasters of the clan Valor deemed themselves competent enough to improve on his own work? No, they wouldn't have been able to. That left only one person then, the King of Swords himself. That bastard, who gave him the right to taint the gift I gave her with his dirty hands. Suddenly Sunny felt displeased, and since he did, the shadows drowning the great hall of the Nameless temple moved, overcome by the same displeasure. The Fire Keepers, who had been retreating to give the 2 saints space to fight, suddenly paled. Nephi sensed the change in the atmosphere too. "What is the matter, Lord Shadow? Do you not wish to fight me?" Sunny smiled darkly. "I am a peaceful man. I hate fighting." As he said that, he lunged forward without any warning and thrust his Odachi at Nef's throat. His sudden attack was violent and ruthless, aimed at slicing open her arteries and severing her spine. Of course, Nephi's deflected the black Odachi easily, taking a sidestep in the opposite direction at the same time. Her movements flowed like a placid river, and yet Sunny instantly felt that he was in mortal danger. The silver sword had pushed the blade of the Odachi down just a split second ago, but was already flying forward. It was moving at a speed that could not be perceived by the Fire Keepers, and even Sunny struggled to sense its passing. Unable to pull his own sword back in time, he had no choice but to jump back. The tip of the silver sword missed his chest by mere centimeters. After that first exchange, Sunny and Nephi circled each other for a few moments. Then she suddenly spoke. The battle style you used. Only those trained by valor are masters of it. Tilting his head a little, Sonny responded coldly. My esteemed guests have been sent by the King of Swords. It only seemed polite to greet them by using the battle style of his knights. The corner of Neff's mouth twitched subtly. Then what style would you have used if we were sent by song? Sonny raised his odachi and took a step forward. Something like this. A moment later, they were upon each other once more, their swords weaving a complicated web of attacks and deflections in the air. Both were moving with astonishing speed, exchanging dozens of blows in a second. The clangor of steel fused into a continuous wail that echoed in the darkness of the solemn hall, followed by a thunderous sonic boom. A shockwave spread from the spot where the Lord of Shadows and the radiant Star of Ruin clashed, sending a cloud of dust rushing outward like an opaque sphere. The fire keepers reeled and staggered back. This is it. This is it. Straining his transcendent body to its limit, Sonny was momentarily overcome by the exhilaration of combat. He had missed having someone to spar with, and dueling the fire keepers had not satisfied his thirst. Of course, the clash between him and Nephi's was much more furious and destructive than the previous fight. After all, he was a transcendent terror, and she was a transcendent titan. Neither was using their aspect to augment themselves, but their power was still terrible enough to devastate their surroundings. Luckily, the Nameless temple was very hard to destroy. It would not have remained standing from the dawn of the Age of Gods to this day otherwise. Granted, Sonny had found it in a rather sorry state, and had to perform plenty of repairs to make this ancient citadel presentable. In any case, he wasn't worried that it would be seriously damaged. Not unless either Nephi's or him decided to unleash their full power. Now, how do I lose without having Nephi's realize that I threw the fight? There were two problems. First, Nephi's was too good of a swordsman, so weaving any kind of pretense in front of her was not easy. And secondly, Sonny was having too much fun. He didn't want their fight to end so quickly. Shall we make it more interesting then? Grinning behind the mask, Sonny suddenly shifted his weight and switched to an entirely new technique. The battle style of Clan Valor was sharp, domineering, and fatal. But this new technique, it was flowing, unpredictable, and supremely adaptable. It was the battle style taught to Nephi's by her family, and then by Nephi's to him. There, finally, the mask of indifference that she wore finally cracked a little, and he could feel her blade waver for a split second. That split second was all that Sonny needed. Breaking through Neff's defense, he delivered a swift strike. And yet, no matter how swift his attack was, she still managed to compose herself and evade it by disengaging. Nephi's took a step back, and the tip of the black odachi hissed angrily past her breastplate, separated from the polished white steel by no more than a centimeter. She lingered for a moment. Who taught you that style? Her voice was even, but Sonny knew Nephi's well enough to recognize a somber undertone within it. He pulled his odachi back and answered in an even tone, "Nobody." With that, Sonny lunged forward once again. Chapter 16:18 Transcendent Battle Art. What was a battle style? Depending on the practitioner, the answer varied. At the lowest level, a battle style was nothing more than a comprehensive collection of movements and steps aimed at giving the practitioner sufficient competence to engage in battle. A set of practices meant to encompass all possible combat situations and arm the warrior with tools to solve them. There were countless battle styles, some taught to groups of people, others formed from the personal habits and quirks of talented combatants. Some styles emphasized strength and strived to overpower the opponent. Some emphasized speed and precision. Some emphasized solid defense and waiting for a perfect moment to counterattack. There were solid battle styles created with deep insight, and poor battle styles that were concocted without a real understanding of the fundamental laws of combat. But that was only the most shallow layer of a true battle art. A person could practice a battle style without truly understanding its essence, but they would never be able to master it. At a higher level, a battle style was not only a set of movements, but also a formative philosophy. It concerned not only the body, but also the mind. A person who truly mastered a style had to possess a certain level of insight into the governing laws of combat. Knowing why each of the elements had been created and what its purpose was, they were not beholden to a predetermined repertoire of actions. Instead, they could freely improvise an actionable response to each situation. If all movements could be improvised, then what was the difference between the various battle styles? It was their philosophy. The school of thought and the dominant intent, a unifying principle that guided the shape and direction of these improvised moves. Therefore, even among those practitioners who had mastered both the body and the mind, there were still those who fought with domineering strength, swift precision, patient caution, or any other type of guiding intent. These were the true masters of combat. Sonny had become one of them, and one of the absolute best among them a long time ago. But now that he was a saint, a whole new horizon had opened up before him, because there was a third layer above the body and the mind, available only to a few chosen existences. It was soul. She has changed. While clashing with Nephi's in a ferocious dance of steel, Sonny couldn't help but feel amazed. She had always been a true genius of the sword, and since he knew her better than anyone, he had expected this fight to be a tough one. After all, just like him, Nephi's had 4 long years to perfect her technique. As the vanguard champion of valor, she had gone through countless battles. She had also come into her transcendent power, learning to wield it as naturally as she breathed. A saint was a different kind of beast, and the difference between them and their lessers was not only a question of raw power. Sonny had already glimpsed that chasm when he and Nephi's fought Dire Fang, but only now that he was a Trancendent himself did he truly understand the reason it existed. The further a human walked on the path of ascension, the more intricate their control of soul essence became. Masters were already very proficient in using it to deliberately and efficiently augment their bodies in combat, but saints were capable of elevating these rudimentary essence techniques to a completely new level. Therefore, a comprehensive essence technique was an integral part of a truly transcendent battle art. And since each transcendent warrior possessed a unique aspect, each essence technique had to be tailor-made for a single user. The difference that mastering such a technique could make was truly striking, and therefore, that alone made saints vastly more deadly on the battlefield. But that was not the end of it. Since each transcendent battle art was unique and tailored to a single user, there was an additional step to be taken, and that was to seamlessly incorporate each aspect ability into the combat technique, making it truly complete. A transcendent battle art demanded the complete integration of body, mind, and soul into a combat technique. Losing his true name made it much harder for Sonny to advance in mastering shadow dance, so he had been concentrating on developing such a personal transcendent battle art for himself in the past 4 years. He had already formulated its principles, and was now tempering these principles in battles against powerful opponents. And in the process of it, he thought that he might have glimpsed what the next level of mastery was. Saints did not exist in and of themselves as sovereign beings. Their souls were vaster than their bodies, coming into contact with the world and the underlying laws governing it. Some parts of the world welcomed them while others repelled them. That was why transcendent beings were able to absorb the spirit essence of the world as long as they were in their element. For Sonny, that element was shadow. For someone like Saint Tyrus, it was the sky or perhaps storm clouds. For someone like Nephi's, he couldn't guess. It might have been light, or flame, or something more esoteric like inspiring longing in the souls of other beings. Therefore, he guessed that what came after the body, the mind, and the souls was the world. Incorporating the world itself into one's battle art would probably make it a supreme battle art. That said, Sunny was not sure if it could even be called a battle art at that point, let alone how to actually achieve something like that. In any case, he was voraciously curious to witness and experience the battle styles of other transcendent warriors, to learn from them and maybe even gain more understanding about the path to supremacy, which was why fighting Nephi's was a boon to him. So, he definitely wasn't prolonging their clash simply because he missed her. Why would he cut this duel short if humanity's premier sword savant was graciously allowing him to steal her achievements? I see. No, I don't see. Deflecting a barrage of almost instantaneous attacks, and at the same time desperately preventing these attacks from dictating his next moves to avoid the countless traps Nephi's constructed for him on the fly, Sunny carefully observed her movements, the flow of her essence, and the form of her shadow. Pretty soon, he had to admit something to himself. What the hell has she been doing for the last 4 years? It's damn incomprehensible. Chapter 16:19 Essence Technique. Sliding across the marble floor as he was being pushed back by a merciless onslaught of unhurried but lethal attacks, Sunny was carefully observing Neff's movements. Why can't I make sense of it? He shifted his weight, deflected the silver blade to the side, and used the long hilt of the Odachi as a lever to spin its blade at an inconceivable speed. Nephi's easily parried it with the crossguard of her sword, but Sunny was already transitioning from a downward slash into a rising stab. Every movement flowed into another, forming a torrent of deadly steel. How strange! Nephi's was the first person Sunny had ever shadowed. After years of training together and fighting side by side, he knew her better than anyone else. Therefore, it should have been easy to glimpse the true essence of her transcendent battle art, or at least start to unravel it. And indeed, Sunny sensed the heart of her intent. Just like how Nephi's could read his intentions through her sublime mastery of combat, he could predict her actions through shadow dance. But his perception was oddly shallow. He could guess what would happen, but not why it would happen. Almost like those initiates who had only mastered the body, but not the mind. Nephi's evaded his stab by turning and leaning sideways, took a graceful step to shift her balance, and pulled her blade out of the bind. A split second later, it lashed out, almost striking his thigh. If Sunny was a beat too late, he would have had to receive her blow. The onyx mantle was akin to a transcendent armor, while the mirror sword was a strange hybrid between a transcendent and a supreme weapon that he himself had created. Considering that offense usually trampled defense in the ruthless world of the nightmare spell, a single strike was all it would take for him to lose the duel. The silver blade might not break his armor immediately, but leaving a scratch on its onyx surface would be easy. He disengaged and stared at Nephi's impassively for a moment. Apart from manifesting this avatar, Sunny was not using his aspect. She had not promised to do the same, technically, but was still following suit. Whether it was out of respect for the Lord of Shadows or simply because Neph was just as starved for a good opponent as he was, Sunny did not know. That was a part of the problem. A transcendent battle art was tailored to a single user, seamlessly incorporating their unique traits and abilities. So, since Nephi's was not using any of her aspect abilities, what Sunny was witnessing was not the true extent of her battle style, but rather a partial version of it. Of course, he had hoped to extrapolate the missing pieces by experiencing the foundational technique, but it was not going well. Should I try to deduce what's missing? Sunny had plenty of experience constructing his own battle art, so it was not impossible for him to guess what Nephi's would have created. Let's see. The basic principle of elevating a battle style to a transcendent battle art was universal, At least it was supposed to be. Sunny had not consulted any saints on how they built their personal techniques, so he did not know if everyone followed what he perceived to be common sense. The first step was to create a comprehensive essence technique. By infusing one's body with essence, one was capable of greatly enhancing their physical prowess. Awakened could not control essence with finesse, so their way of going about things was crude and rudimentary, mostly consisting of flooding the entirety of their bodies with essence. Masters were much more skilled in that regard. Their control of essence was rather intricate, as was their understanding of the human body. By selectively infusing various areas, muscle groups, and organs with essence at just the right time, they were able to not only increase its efficacy, but also drastically reduce its consumption, thus raising efficiency. But saints could control soul essence as naturally as they were breathing, and with truly incredible finesse. They could more or less selectively enhance each muscle fiber, nerve cluster, or tendon in their body. Not only that, but due to better control, the range and manner of these enhancements were broader than those of a master, and could be consciously altered. In short, saints could explosively increase their already stunningly formidable strength, speed, agility, and resilience if they were smart about using their essence, and had trained themselves to do it instinctively, like Sunny had in the past 4 years. Each time he took a step or delivered a strike, the complex machine of his body performed numerous actions. His heart pumped blood through his veins, electrical impulses traveled along his nerves, various muscles relaxed or contracted, and so on. To perform a proper strike, a warrior had to possess great control of his body and know how to use it well. Of course, no one consciously willed all these minute processes to happen. If trained properly, the body itself would remember how to act to the best of its ability. An essence technique, therefore, was like an additional layer on top of physical training, designed to augment every motion in the most effective and efficient way, as well as tailored to the unique personal battle style of the individual. Designing such a technique demanded immense insight into the functions of the body, the laws of combat, and one's own self. At first, including his soul in the movements of his body was a conscious process, and one that demanded an inconceivable amount of concentration at that. But by now, it was like an instinct to Sunny. Luckily, he had possessed a rich foundation of going through countless battles as an awakened and a master to build upon, so mastering his essence technique had not been too hard. There had been the soul serpent and soul weave to assist him, as well. Similarly, Nephi's had designed an essence technique of her own. Sunny could perceive her radiant, pure soul essence flowing through her body with a strange and almost hypnotic elegance, moving in perfect harmony with the fluid grace of her sword dance. Her technique seemed even more intricate and precise than his own. Was it simply because Neph's swordsmanship had a different personality than his, or because she had spent more time to thoroughly comprehend the science behind the biology of her body and the physics of her sword? After all, Sunny had mostly taught himself through practical experience and intuition, spending less time on theory. In any case, this shallow layer of Neph's battle art was not a mystery. Sunny had enough ability to perceive it, enough insight to dismantle it, and enough experience to reassemble it. Even emulating it was not a problem, given enough time. But that was what an essence technique represented: the most shallow and basic layer of a battle art. The true essence hid much deeper, having to do with aspect and attributes. That was what Sunny had to deduce in order to remove the strange interference that prevented him from comprehending Neph's elevated battle style. There was another sonic boom, and the two of them were momentarily thrown away from each other. Sunny increased the weight of his body and slid several meters back, swiftly coming to a halt. Nephise pivoted on one leg and performed an effortless pirouette, regaining her balance almost immediately. The Fire Keepers scrambled to get even further back, seemingly stunned by how long the duel was lasting. Sunny smirked behind the mask and rushed forward. If I compare our aspects, Chapter 1620, Deeper Layer, a transcendent battle art was meant to incorporate the user's aspect into their combat technique. What did it mean for Sunny? The first element he had to consciously and comprehensively integrate into his battle style was the easiest. It was his ability to perceive the movement through shadows, as well as see what was happening behind his back. That did not sound like much, compared to his other abilities, but was actually a drastic change. Almost every battle style he had learned in the past was meant to be practiced by humans after all, and humans only had two eyes. That naturally dictated how they fought, and how the masters who taught young warriors to wield weapons constructed their styles. However, Sunny was not beholden to these standards. Therefore, he had spent plenty of time relearning the very basics of combat, building his technique in a way that allowed him to fully utilize that subtle but confounding advantage. The second element was even more fundamental, since it concerned movement. Movement lay at the base of every battle style. Footwork was just as indispensable as striking and defending, if not more so. Not only did it dictate the balance and strength available to a fighter, but it also controlled space. Advancing and retreating, evading and pressing the opponent, both offense and defense, relied on controlling space. Sunny was not beholden to space either, because he was supremely mobile due to Shadow Step. That was perhaps his greatest advantage in a battle, and therefore he meticulously altered his way of thinking about space in accordance with this advantage, practically rebuilding his battle style around it. The third element was group battle. It was a strange matter, considering that Sunny was both an individual and possessed multiple bodies. Back on the Forgotten Shore, he and Nephise had been able to slay carapace scavengers by acting together. One served as bait, another delivered a fatal blow from behind. That simple manner of teamwork illustrated perfectly why the boon of fighting in a group was not additive, but instead multiplicative. The sum was greater than its parts, and Sunny alone had 7 parts. So he had trained himself relentlessly to fight while controlling many bodies at the same time, learning how to efficiently use group tactics without anyone's help. The fourth element had to do with blood weave and bone weave. Most living things were hard to kill unless you aimed at their vital points, and due to these two attributes, Sunny lacked several vulnerabilities that most humans possessed. He wouldn't bleed to death even if his artery was sliced open, and his bones were immensely resilient, to the point that breaking them was almost impossible. Therefore, he had to teach himself how to make use of these traits. It was the simplest, but also the hardest mindset alteration he had to absorb because it went against his most powerful instinct, the instinct of self-preservation. Nevertheless, Sunny had succeeded in changing his behavior in a manner that allowed him to strategically sacrifice non-vital parts of himself. The fifth element was about another attribute of his, the onyx shell. Among other things, it allowed Sunny to freely change his weight, or was it mass? He could never tell the difference. In any case, such an ability opened up a vast ocean of possibilities for a skilled warrior. From increasing the impact of his blows to greatly augmenting his speed, solidifying his balance, and even performing actions that would otherwise be impossible without toppling like a cut tree. Sunny had incorporated the effects of the Feather of Truth, trait of the onyx shell, into his battle style a while ago, but since he had had nothing but time in the last 4 years, he took this opportunity to fully reconsider it, learning how to use it not only comprehensively, but also instinctually. Now, He did not even have to think about utilizing that adaptable trait to enhance his every move. The sixth element was the most broad and concerned shadow manifestation. Sunny had the ability to manifest endless variations of tangible shadows, roughly divided into two methods. The first was to summon external implements like shadow hands or chains. This method was destructive, but lost too much of its potency in battles against truly powerful opponents. As such, it was best used against large groups of weaker foes or for pure utility. The second method was to alter the shape of his body with manifested shadows, from summoning additional limbs to building towering shadow shells. The shape of the shells Sunny could create was, theoretically, endless, so it was hard to pinpoint exactly how he was supposed to incorporate this method into his battle art. However, in practice, his repertoire of shells was currently limited. Since Sunny did not possess a true name anymore, there was nothing to anchor his self, and therefore, assuming the shapes of alien creatures was extremely dangerous unless he wished to lose himself entirely. So he only used a handful of shells. In exchange, these shells had been perfected by him to a stellar degree. Currently, he was slowly translating his battle art to each of these shells. And finally, there was the seventh element, or rather, there wasn't. Sunny did not know what the last element of his transcendent battle art would be, but suspected that once he mastered it, his technique would become a supreme battle art. Wishful thinking, Sunny and Nephis clashed in another exchange, the silver sword and the black Odachi howling as they repeatedly attracted and repelled each other. A few seconds later, the two saints disengaged and spent a moment to realign themselves. He frowned behind the mask. The Odachi he had manifested from a wild shadow was infused with his transcendent essence, which in turn was made more potent by soul weave. So, it was akin to a transcendent weapon, and a powerful one at that. The Odachi had held up well against Neph's quasi-supreme longsword, but just then, he had felt a crack forming along the length of its blade. The Odachi was not going to last much longer. Sunny could easily repair it, of course, but doing so would mean breaking his promise to abstain from using his aspect. More than that, he would be cheating. It wasn't a coincidence that his weapon was failing after all. Instead, it was the result of Nephis consciously targeting the same spot on the dark blade over and over again without him noticing. How devious! Sunny couldn't help but smile. Nephis might have forgotten her teacher, but it seemed like she remembered the lessons. This duel of theirs would have to come to an end shortly. It was a shame. He didn't attack this time, waiting for her to come to him. Can I understand what is wrong before the duel is over? If Sunny remembered his own considerations when elevating his battle style to a transcendent art, he could try to imagine what Nephis had done. What elements did her battle art consist of, apart from the essence technique? Her aspect was much more straightforward than his. Sunny had a wide array of traits and abilities that made him a jack of all trades, skirting the line between combat prowess and utility, but leaning slightly more toward the latter. Of the other two divine aspects he knew of, Mordred's was pure utility with hardly any battle application. Neph's, on the contrary, was all about combat prowess and destructiveness. So, how would she have altered her battle style after becoming a saint? Longing was not applicable in combat, so it shouldn't have affected anything. The ability to control fire was probably similar to the first method of using shadow manifestation, mostly needed when facing swarms of weak abominations, or maybe enemy fortifications. The most obvious change would, of course, have to do with her transformation ability. She must have developed a robust technique for aerial combat, where there was no ground to stand upon and therefore no footwork, with a completely different relationship between mass, force, counterforce, and impact. She would have also paid more attention to archery, using it against enemies on the ground. Sunny was less knowledgeable about the two forms Nephi's could assume apart from the winged one, so he couldn't even start to guess what her combat approach would be in those states. The most important change, however, had to be about her very first ability, the wondrous ability to heal herself. Just like Sunny had to rethink his relationship with physical harm due to blood weave and bone weave, Nephi's would have forced herself to change the way she fought in accordance with her own inconceivable vitality. Sunny had seen her destroy the vessel of the Skinwalker after having her neck broken. In Twilight, Soul Stealer had delivered her 1,000 fatal wounds, and yet that wasn't enough to stop her. Scarily enough, if one thought about it, Nephi's was nearly undying. He did not know what it would take to fully destroy her and hoped that he would never find out. However, ever since the battle in Twilight, it felt as though Nephi's had come to terms with her chilling power. If she had incorporated it into her battle art, what would it feel like to fight against a nearly indestructible enemy? Someone who would continue to fight despite being pierced by your weapon, could sacrifice a limb to wound you and then immediately restore it, could not be slowed down even by the most gruesome injuries, was too accustomed to harrowing pain to care about it, would not bleed to death, and simply would not die before killing you. He shivered slightly. Not unsolvable, but definitely frightening. Yes. She had to have rebuilt her battle style around that dreadful ability of hers, disregarding the torturous curse of her flaw. There was another element Sunny had to consider, though. Neph's aspect legacy. The tree with 7 branches, each bearing fruits of knowledge. She had mastered one, knowledge of fire, in Twilight. Had she mastered others after that? Was there a way to incorporate the sorcery of names into a battle art? He defended against her increasingly violent assault, contemplating. But even after coming up with all these guesses, Sunny simply couldn't comprehend her battle art. It was just too strange, making no sense, as if something was interfering with his ability to understand it. Stumped, he remembered the first time he had tried to shadow Nephi's, long before he even knew what it meant to shadow someone. It had happened on the Forgotten Shore when they were traveling toward the Hollow Mountains. Back then, Nephi's and Castor were sparring with each other, and Sunny sent his shadow to observe her. That was how he had received a revelation that resulted in Shadow Dance to begin with. Ironically, Nephi's had not even used her most precious battle style in the spar against Castor. Since she knew that he had been sent to kill her, she guarded her true skill against him, showing a different and less lethal technique instead. Sunny's eyes suddenly widened slightly behind the mask. No way. But at that moment, he finally understood why he was having so much trouble. In hindsight, it was pretty obvious why he couldn't peer into the secrets of Neph's transcendent battle art. It was because she wasn't showing it to begin with. Instead, she was deceiving everyone with a lesser, fabricated version of it. Was it for his benefit? No, not likely. She was probably fooling the entirety of Valor with this splendid performance. After all, despite being one of the most renowned champions of the great clan Valor, she was ultimately its most insidious enemy. Sunny suppressed a grin. As expected. My curiosity is thoroughly satisfied. Nephi's was not using her aspect, and on top of that she had created a whole fake transcendent battle art to deceive her enemies. Therefore, trying to learn its secrets was of no real benefit to Sunny. He felt his Odachi slowly coming undone and sighed. Shall we end this duel, then? Chapter 16:21. Princes of the Universe. By then, the Fire Keepers had almost retreated to the entrance of the ancient temple. The darkness seethed and surged, disturbed by the fearsome clash of the two transcendent champions. Both Changing Star and the man who called himself Shadow were beyond powerful. A saint was like a natural disaster, and even though neither of them had called upon the dreadful power of their aspects, the devastating physical might of two transcendent warriors was more than enough to obliterate their surroundings, reshape the landscape, and instill terror in the hearts of countless people. Luckily, both their lady and the master of the ancient temple seemed to be holding back. Otherwise, the citadel might have been severely damaged by their duel. Lady Nephis was clad in a suit of knightly armor that had been forged from sublime white steel and adorned with golden accents. With her fair skin and silver hair, pure flames dancing in her eyes, she was like a spirit of light. Lord of Shadows, meanwhile, was like a devil born from pure darkness. His ominous onyx armor, demonic mask, and raven-black hair fused with the lightless void of the great hall, making it hard to discern where his figure ended and the shadows began. The silence had long been torn apart by the melodic disharmony of clashing steel, but wasn't something very strange. One of the fire keepers, Sid, looked at their leader and asked after hesitating for a few moments, "Why is he still standing?" Her somber voice was hiding a note of bewilderment. The seven of them had followed Lady Changing Star to storm the Crimson Spire, across the frozen hell of East Antarctica, and into countless battles after that. In the past 4 years, they had seen her turn hordes of abominations to ash, topple titans, and bring every saint who dared challenge her to their knees. Only a few people could claim to be her equal, and even they did not dare to. How was it that the Lord of Shadows had not only persisted for so long, but also seemed to be holding his own in a duel against the last daughter of the immortal flame? Who the hell is he? Shim, the leader of the cohort, shook his head slightly without looking away from the barely perceptible whirlwind of the stunning clash. Watch carefully. Out there in front of them, the cadence of the duel finally changed. Now, Sunny delivered a lightning-fast strike, the air parting in front of the blade of his odachi with a wailing hiss. The strike was just a feint, turning into a thrust, turning into a downward slash. Nephis ignored the feint, deflected the stab, and strangled the slash by binding their swords. She pushed him and shifted her body to gain an advantage in the follow-up attack. Sunny was forced to take a step back, which would have landed him in an awkward position and made it impossible to mount a stable defense, if he did not increase the weight of his armored boots while at the same time decreasing the weight of his breastplate. With his center of gravity lowered, he had enough stability to block Neff's calm and vicious attack without staggering back. But even though he blocked it, she unerringly struck the exact same spot where his odachi had already been weakened. Finally, the shadow blade shattered, exploding into a rain of shards. Those shards almost instantly turned ethereal, dissolving back into an intangible shadow. The force behind Neff's strike was so terrible that her sword continued to fall down like an executioner's axe. Sunny, who had expected something like that to happen, was prepared and dodged the mirror blade just in time. It struck the black marble plate of the temple's floor, sending a net of cracks running through it. Dust and pieces of stone flew into the air. Without wasting a heartbeat, Nephis shifted into a low stance and delivered a rising diagonal slash. However, Sunny was already moving by then. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and found himself almost face-to-face with her. Silver clashed against stone-like metal with a thunderous clangor. Both of them grew still. As the dust settled, the fire keeper saw a bewildering scene. Sunny and Nephis were standing motionlessly, with almost no space between them. His right hand was gripping the hilt of her sword, which had been stopped a mere centimeter away from the onyx surface of his fearsome armor. Her right hand, meanwhile, was gripping his left wrist. Held in his left hand was the hilt of the broken odachi. The jagged steel of its broken blade stopped several centimeters away from her neck. Sunny remained still for a few moments, then looked down at the cracked floor beneath them. A somber sigh escaped from his lips. "Let us stop here, otherwise my citadel will sustain irreparable damage." He allowed the broken odachi to dissolve into shadows, let go of Neff's hand and took a step back, turning away with cold indifference. As Sunny was walking back to his unseen throne, Nephi's called out to him, "What about the duel? We have not determined the winner yet." He stopped, facing away from her. After a few moments of silence, Sunny spoke, "I'm willing to admit defeat." He lingered for a bit, then turned around and stared at her. His voice turned even colder. "However, I have no interest in joining forces with the great clan Valor, Nephis of the Immortal Flame." He tilted his head a little. "I'm only joining forces with you. You personally, not your clan and not your kingdom." These statements were technically both a truth and a lie. Sunny might have preferred to deal with Nephis and Nephis alone, but doing so was tantamount to joining Anvil's side. Still, it at least allowed him to get his point across despite the simple trick. "I feel like wearing this mask around people will quickly grow annoying." He suppressed a sigh. Nephis looked at him for a while, then said evenly, "My personal wealth is not that vast. I can't promise you the same boons and riches that my clan can." Sunny chuckled. Considering the kind of atmosphere he had created, his laughter sounded sinister even without him trying. When he responded, his voice was as cold as ice. "I don't desire riches, resources, assistance, powerful memories, and echoes, soul shards. Why should I want to get them from Clan Valor? I don't lack anything. If there's something I want, I can go and take it myself." Nephis frowned slightly. "So what is it that you want from me, Lord Shadow?" Sunny turned away again. "It's simple, really." He took a step into the darkness and added indifferently, "All I want is for you to owe me a favor, Changing Star. One day, when I come calling, help me out with what I ask." It was an offer heavy with meaning. The concept of debt was somewhat sacred among the nobility of the awakened society, especially to people who strive to follow quaint ideals like honor and virtue. Being owed by someone like Nephis might have been more precious than a mountain of soul shards. Especially because Sunny had not indicated what kind of help he might want to receive. She studied his back for a few moments and eventually nodded. "That is acceptable." Sunny entered the darkness and looked up at his marble throne. Hidden from sight, he sighed deeply, then smiled. "Then it concludes our deal." And just like that, a tentative alliance between a mysterious saint residing in Godgrave and a princess of the Sword Domain was forged. Chapter